Name is Pamandla Zulu, and unfortunately, I'm going to be your program director for today. Unfortunately, yes. Um, can we please just come in and be seated? Just before we begin with the session, can I just ask that we all stand and we begin with the national prayer? The IT guys, please just assist us with the national anthem once again. We just begin with that prayer before we begin with the session. Thank you. If we can just all stand, please. Thank you so much. We can be seated. I hope we all slept well and everyone who is meant to be here is here. I've just been asked to acknowledge the presence of Edutel. I think they were forgotten yesterday. So Edutel, we really appreciate your presence in here. Colleagues, we have a tight program that we have to get through today. It's not just a program, but it's the aims behind everything that we have to do. So I'll just request colleagues to be mindful of time as we go through today's session. I will be mindful of time as well, so you don't have to worry about that. Right, so can I just begin by calling Miss Veronica. Can't see her. Thank you. Can I just call Miss Veronica to come and assist us in awarding the GP, the Gauteng Province CPTD recipients? Over to you.
Thank you, Program Director, and good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. That's better. I have the responsibility to call the top achievers, the 5 top achievers from KZ, from Gauteng to the front. But before I do that, I will just brief you around what the 5 top achievers in Gauteng has done and why we want to celebrate them today. And you recall yesterday the deputy or the person, the deputy director or director from Gauteng was quoting the act of SACE yesterday, and she went to town to explain what the act means and what needs to happen to comply to the act. In SACE, I'm responsible for PRODCO, the professional development of teachers. So looking at the professional development points that they have gained over some time, but also look at the endorsement of activities submitted to SACE for participation of teachers. So I want to remind you again that when you leave from here, go to the Act and read and have an understanding, because in the media we have a lot of interpretations around SACE, and sometimes not so good ones. But then you realize some educators or some of the public don't even sometimes understand what SACE stands for and why SACE are there. And some of them sometimes feel that SACE had to do X, Y, and Z, and go away yourself with the Act and what the Act stands for. So before I then call all of them, the two of them who are here, and we feel so sad that from the top 5, there's 3 educators from the same school in Gauteng. And they are not fortunate to be here today. I don't know. And maybe if I know the why, it's not my space to talk about it. So we only have 2 here, but I want to remind even the young teachers who are here around continuing professional development, or CPTD, and why it is important to participate in continuing professional development activities. I want to say it is crucial for teachers to participate in CPTD, participate in activity to advance their professional development, because there's some positive into that. It ensures that all teachers that participate in continuing professional development remain current with industry trends. And if you look at the skills that all teachers will need to prepare learners for the future and prepare learners for the skills that will be needed to be towards 2030 and beyond 2030. And yesterday I was listening to people when they speak about cognitive flexibility. And if one unpacks cognitive flexibility, it is what employers are saying students or workers, new workers that you send to the workplace don't have cognitive flexibility. They can't collaborate. They can't think creatively. They can't solve problems. And they blame the system because they said the system is not preparing learners for the industry. So if teachers participate in continuing professional development, it ensures that they remain current with the industry trends. It enhances also their skills. And in the sessions where I was in yesterday, and you look at how Sunward was using ICT as an example yesterday, it enhances the skills and it allows teachers to complement what they are doing in the classroom using ICT skills. It also improves the overall performance of all teachers that participate in continuing professional development. It also assists them or provides them with opportunities to upskill themselves. Because when you participate in continuing professional development, it opens every time a new world and a new avenue for you. So you upskill yourself, you boost your confidence, and you boost your career perspectives when you participate in continuing professional. And with this, I want to plead with everybody in Gauteng, every teacher, every district director who's here, every principal who's in the audience, every teacher union who are in this hall this morning, that we must encourage all our members, all teachers, to participate in continuing professional development on a regular basis. And you know that SAIS have a 3-year cycle, and for every year, every teacher must accumulate 50 points. So when one look over a 3-year cycle, you must over a 3-year cycle accumulate 150 points. And 150 points is not a lot, because you participate in a lot of activities on a school level, when you go to tertiary, on all particular levels, you accumulate a lot of those professional development points. But if you don't report your points, it doesn't say that you have the points. We spoke about evidence. When you say you participate in professional development, there must be evidence in the amount of points that you have accumulated over a 3-year cycle. So the cycle that we will celebrate today, or the teachers that we will celebrate today, accumulate not even 150 points, way more than that. And you will be shocked. With us we have Lauren, who accumulate 1,106 points over the 3-year cycle, from 2021 to 2023. And I don't want you to clap for her now, because she's still seated. We will wait for her to come here, then we will give her a standing ovation for the 1,106 points. The other 3 colleagues who are from the same school, and I know the principal of that school, are really encouraging teachers. 3 of them at one school. It says a lot about the principal of that school, the way she encouraged them. Then we have the second person that we have here of the 5 accumulate, or she earned 1,044 points during the cycle. Let me call Lauren Ratman, so that you can give her a standing ovation, because she is the #1 in Gauteng with her 1,106 points. Lauren, where are you? Can you come to the front? They celebrate you as you are coming to the front. Yeah. Stand here so long. Brilliant. Lauren and I know it's not only us that celebrate you today. We are live. So everybody will see you today. But but before, let me call the second colleague who's here. Is Mamaki Manita Talani Pafudi. Where are you? Wow! Wow! They had to accumulate 150 points. But now, it don't stop there. We have two entities that also want to celebrate you. And I want to call Sense and I want to call Old Mutual. Where are the reps of Sense and Old Mutual? Are they just standing there? Are you hiding? Okay. Let me tell you what these two entities will give to the two participants here. Old Mutual have decided that for all the top 5 achievers per province, you must correct me, otherwise I will say something here and you have to comply. The Old Mutual agree that for the top 5 from all 9 provinces, they will give a projector. So the top 5 in Gauteng, it is Lauren. Thank you, Old Mutual. Much appreciated. Then it's not Old Mutual. You guys must remain here, don't go. I want Sense also to come to the front. Are you from Sense? Yes. You know what Sense agreed to do? Sense said for each number 1 per province, wait for it, Sense will give 5,000 rand. Only for your commitment in ensuring that you accumulate all the points. But let me not stop. Let me not stop with Sense. Sense also agree that if you look at there's a teacher in KZN, and when I look at the graph, Gauteng, KZN is there with their achievers. There. Gauteng, can you put heads, hands, feet, heart, all the body parts together to beat KZN for me, please? Yeah. Can you do that? So you have the number 1 in KZN who receive a 5,000 rand. On top of that achiever in KZN is number 1 overall of all the 9 provinces. And for that, she received 10,000 rand from Sense. So overall, she received 15,000 rand. Can you see, beside the benefits that I mentioned, career options, you can progress to another occupations. She also went with the SAIS delegation to Angola this year. With a 15,000 rand in the pocket, a flight from SAIS, accommodation, and meeting everybody in Angola, SAIS, and CEO, and present in a paper in front of the world. On top of all the things that I mentioned previously, your career progression, all those things. But we also want to thank you because you, I agree, would prepare learners to go to any workplace. And when one look at your points, one is sure that professional development is key for you guys. Thank you so much. You represent the teachers of this country very well. You are an example. And one want to thank you for that, but also to request from you to continue with professional development. Quality don't have a ceiling. Quality can go beyond what we think it must stop. So let me encourage you to do more, but also encourage other teachers from your schools, those that you met in venues like this, encourage them also and tell your story to them. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, please. They want to take a picture. They still want to take a picture. I withdraw that statement of earlier on. Did you hear that? I withdraw. There's minutes there, no? I withdraw. One of the three from the same school is here. Can we clap for her? What's your name? Let me see. Okay. This is Maria Mapule Mokuna, and she accumulated 1,075 points. Maria, you are just in time. You just missed a few. And now, since an Old Mutual, can you please come again? Please. She said she got lost. She went straight to Limpopo, and then she asked along the road, and then they said, no, go back. She's here. Can you come and take a picture with her, please? Thank you, Maria. Thanks, Program Director. I think I'm done.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, can we give a huge round of applause for our top 5? Thank you so much, colleagues, for the work that you do. We really appreciate it. And I can see they are still discussing how much they should give to the top 10 teachers. To our Old Mutual and to SENS, thank you so much for the work that you do in supporting our teachers. We really appreciate that work. So thank you. Colleagues, yesterday we had breakaway sessions, and we asked that each group should have one person who is going to reflect on the conversations that were happening in each session, right? Can I just get those 4 individuals that we have elected to represent our groups? So there was one group here that was dealing with research. There was another group that was dealing with code of ethics, and then another group on mini workshop group 1, and then there was also mini workshop group 2. Can I get those 4 individuals to come here on stage just to reflect on yesterday's proceedings? Did we elect those people, colleagues? Yes. Where are the people? Can you please join me here on stage? Are you not sure whether you want to present your group or not? Or they're on their way? Oh, this must be group 1. Correct. The research group. Okay, I'm just going to give you guys 5 minutes each. Sorry about that, yes. Just going to give you five minutes each, just for you to reflect on your groups yesterday and also on the entire day, so you are not limited on what you can reflect on. Okay, so let me start this side. Just 5 minutes.
Good morning, good people. In this cold Val Triangle, next year says, please take us to KwaZulu-Natal. Or maybe Namibia. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be doing an injustice to the workshop or mini workshop that I am providing a reflection on this morning. Our task was to engage with the draft Code of Ethics for Student Teachers, premised on the principle, the values of SAYS in the current Code of Ethics. We found ourselves debating in depth with concepts that are currently in the draft document. I mentioned the word draft because it is not cast in stone. It will have several iterations before we finalize it. The group that was in room 2 were and engaged on several levels. The draft identifies the purpose of a code of ethics for student teachers. This purpose is embedded once again in the SAYS principles and values. These principles and values are fundamental to excellent teaching in the current world. I would like to say the VUCA world. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 principles were identified by the group. I am now going to ask your permission to stand and go through these principles and also the decision taken by the Commission in terms of the principles. Can I? Thank you. Initially, we looked at definitions that we needed to engage with in terms of the draft document. And we found ourselves amongst us several representatives from the HEIs who did not want the word lecturer included in the draft definitions for the simple reason that lecturers or HEIs have their own code of ethics for lecturers. The Commission found that the definitions for the Code of Professional Ethics to be proper and relevant, and therefore the Commission adopts them as excluded in the draft document. The 5 principles that were identified were packaged together, like I said earlier, based on the values and principles of SAYS. Principle number 1, upholding integrity, confidentiality, and dignity. Fulfilling our initial teacher training and teaching practice with integrity requires what we commit ourselves to the highest ethical standards in our conduct and decision making. In this way, we build trust and understand the integrity that goes beyond complying to laws and policy and a tick box activity. It is a moral and an ethical principle that we embrace with our hearts and soul while we deliver in the profession. The Commission feels that this principle should be adopted as the cornerstone of emulating high standards, for emulating professional conduct and moral standing and stature of teachers in society. While we debated greatly about appearance, later on, during the evening session, many members from the union said, and I'd like to say this word, Mayor Mohammed, we need to do something about the appearance of students, and we need to be quite firm about it. Principle number 2, treating others respectfully with tolerance. The Commission emphasized that the importance of capacitating student teachers on the power of social media and the student teachers' attachment to technology and the use thereof. We find ourselves, like I said earlier on, in a world of AI, and yet our student teachers are a bit lackadaisy when it comes to utilization of social media, especially in terms of the Popeye Act. Principle number 3, avoiding conflict of interest. Fulfilling our mandate transparently and honestly requires us to avoid any situation where personal interest or other interests takes priority over our role as teachers. The Commission reflected and concurred with the dictates of our document. Principle number 4, seeking quality and excellence. Fulfilling our mandate with excellence and quality service requires us to deliver exceptional service to the stakeholders with maximum satisfaction, in fact, with excellence. To this principle, the Commission stressed the power of influence through quality teaching for excellence, while acknowledging that the fundamental role of a professional is to conduct himself or herself professionally in the teaching profession. Here, ladies and gentlemen, we debated why is it that teachers don't have a professional code of ethics when doctors have one, when lawyers have one, when there's a board or a board that says yay or nay when you infringe. Principle number 5, and I know Mr. S and the rest of the group, where I said being accountable and responsible should have been the first principle. Nonetheless, it is captured in our document. The Commission underlined the significance of accountability. The buck stops with me. It doesn't stop with SAYS. It doesn't stop with the GDE. I am accountable for my actions. Responsibility, the ability to respond. Embracing the guidelines as outlined in the document. Later on, we also spoke about the not so nice enforcement of the code of principles, ethical principles, the restorative positive discipline-based sanctions as follow. We would advise students who infringe via reprimanding them through an advisory letter, by charging them a monetary fine, which was highly debated, provisionally suspending their membership, and blocking their membership for the duration of their study and subject to SAYS policies and practices. The Commission found that the monetary fine was too harsh, as these are students and are unemployed, and that we should look at an alternative form of restorative justice. Finally, the Commission applauded the Council for the good work done In relation to the Code of Professional Ethics for Students, the Commission also feels that teachers need to be capacitated with such a powerful document which is transformative and transient all the time. In the final analysis, the Commission also realized that the fundamental difference between the current Code of Ethics, Professional Ethics for Teachers, and the Code of Ethics for Student Teachers is that the Fundamental Code of Ethics focuses on the values and professional standards and commitment statements for teachers, whereas the current professional ethic addresses a number of relationships. The group also noted that the impact of the transformative character of the Code of Ethics and Professional Standards needs to be applauded. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. While I would say it was a small group, I would also say that we will now engage with the rest of you in a much more robust fashion. I don't think 35 or 40 of us have made justice to the document, so your input will always be welcomed, and we look forward to other iterations to the document. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Chair. So unlike your presentation, we don't have solutions. We have a lot of problems. Mainly because the work that we are engaged in as researchers is creating problems for ourselves and then try to solve those particular problems. So essentially that was the essence of the session that we had in group number 1, where we explored a number of research endeavors that people are undertaking. So we touched on issues of curriculum. There was issues of community of practice. There were issues of teacher unions and newly qualified teachers. On the issues of curriculum, the coverage was around the challenges with ATP and the integration of CAPS. And also coupled with that was the teaching of mathematics and how in some other schools there is the lack of the skills that are needed to teach that particular subject, and therefore they resort to those ones who are non-skilled in the subject. And then there was a presentation on CPTD program, so it was actually nice to see that the first item today actually touched on that. Then we also had a presentation on ICT and the importance of zooming into that and making sure that we leverage our knowledge of the ICT or the power of ICT in the schools in improving and enhancing teaching and learning. And also just to confront some of the issues that are there at the schools that actually impede us from, leveraging the power of technology in our schools. But what I think all agreed in that particular session was that each and every research output that was presented on yesterday, it had its own limitations in terms of how far it went to actually cover the topics that we're dealing with. And that's just the nature of research, because we were engaged in research as students. Most of us were engaged as students. I think it was only one presenter that presented a paper in terms of the outputs, and that was the ICT paper. But we recognize that there are limitations in the work that we are doing. And therefore, there is a lot of research or a lot of problems that we still need to create and try and resolve. Second to that is the intersection of issues. So when we rounded it up at the end of the discussion, we saw that a lot of these issues are prevalent in all the research that we're doing as individuals. And one research may inform what another person is doing, which informs another researcher's work. So there is an intersection or a network of ideas in the education sector. And that told us that you can't walk this path alone. So you can't say, I'm an individual researcher that is going to change the world. Which emphasizes the importance of such gatherings where we come together as researchers and say, these are my findings, what are your findings? How can we bridge the gap between all these findings and find a common ground of some sort in terms of charting a new path and saying this is the direction that we're taking? So we saw that in terms of all these issues that we're reporting, because they were pretty much issues, problems and problems and problems. And what we also saw is that these, with the issues that were presented through the research, there is that sense of a self-identity that is immersed in those findings, where things that trouble you in your own practice get translated in the research that you actually pursue. And lastly, before I get kicked off the stage, was I think the parting shot in our group was the call for actionable items. And I think everyone in this room would agree with me that there's a lot of research that has been done in the education sector, and we keep on speaking about the same problems year in, year out. I mean, the research that we are engaged in now, 10 years ago, there were already outputs in some of these research fields, but yet we're still discussing the problems to this day. So one of the issues that was raised yesterday was the need to have actionable items. Where are we going from here? And I think these kind of gatherings can help us, in fact, in putting that together and saying, now that we have identified where the issues are, is there an opportunity to build a model? Is there an opportunity to bring together a group of people that would form a community of practice, build models, build proposals that are going to solve specific issues that we are faced with in the education sector. So essentially that was the output from group number 1. We still have a lot of problems because some of the researchers said, every time represented, they said the other researchers will take the research forward. So it just tells you that the work has not ended, the work continues, and we're still going to present these problems again next year. Thanks.
Good morning. Sometimes when you are sitting there lambasting at the speaker in the front, then it comes your turn. In our mini workshop, we had 4 presenters. The first presenter, Ms. Naidu, presented about twinning of schools. And both of the schools, it was a success during the presentation. I can highlight only the few aspects from the presentation that they introduced the method that was implemented by GDE, ATADRA, whereby you assess, teach, assess, diagnose, remediate, and assess. So most of our teachers are not implementing ICT. We need to implement ICT, colleagues, so that we can align our learners with the 4th industrial revolution. For example, we can use Google Classrooms. Google Classroom can also assist us in implementing this ATADRA, because in the Google Classroom, it's much easier for you to get where is the problem, where learners are failing, and then it can assist you quickly. Even the statistics, you can even get there from Google Classroom. The second speaker, Comrade Ayanda Kubeka. Colleagues, I'm not sure if you are aware, in 2016, 2015, there was a rumor spreading around, even though we're not entertaining rumors, that life skills and LO, those subjects are not important. We should abolish them from the system. Ukubeka brought back that to life. There's an importance in teaching life skills. There's an importance in teaching LO. It's very, very important. He even highlighted that if he specialized in LO and mathematics, you should proudly say I specialize in LO and mathematics. Start with LO and then end up with mathematics. And then there are different strategies that he uses in order to make his class fun and exciting as well. Most of the presentation was basically on the presentation that was done for the NTA, and Comrade Gubeka obtained the 3rd excellent teacher in the NTA. And the 3rd speaker, it was about curriculum coverage. Colleagues, there's a challenge here. There's a huge challenge in terms of curriculum. We debated this, even though we didn't do justice to this because we were cut short in debating this, because one, there's a difference between in fact, there's not a difference. There's a way we explain it wrong. The curriculum coverage. There's a teacher curriculum covered and a curriculum covered by the learners. How do we define the two? It's that how when you complete the forms, how do you differentiate that what the learner have learned, what you have taught? Can you define the curriculum in terms of that? And then what we debated was that what you assess before you can write that you have covered this much. It's what you need to write there. You can't say you have covered, you have taught from chapter 1 up until chapter 4, where else learners have only learned chapter 1 and chapter 2. And then also, where's Utogodela? We have also spoke to I think it's an onogram, whereby we said the principal is the curriculum leader in the school. Your deputy, do you have 2 deputies in the school? Those are your curriculum coordinators. And the HODs are your curriculum managers. So we need to apply the roles as stipulated in the PEM document by the SMT. And then lastly, the reason I'm going through my minutes, in our mini workshop, they said I shouldn't present what was not being said in the mini workshop. So I didn't even type, so I went through all the minutes. And then the last presentation was about labor. It's unfortunate that I'm wearing my red t-shirt now. Colleagues, there's a circular one of 2016 that the principal need to apply in the school. They are allowed to do that. And then most of the principal are not doing that. They always call SACE or call the department in matters that they can deal with them within the school. So principals, if you are here, please apply circular one of 2016 and not always email SACE about issues that you can deal with within the school. And the SACE Code of Conduct and Ethics, most of our unions are aligned to that as well. So our code of conduct in the union and the code of conduct at SACE are the same. And also we highlighted there are 2 misconducts, the section 17 and the section 18. Section 17 are very, very serious misconduct, and then section 18, they are not that serious, but then if it comes to a push, they can also be a serious section 17. While we were debating this as well, we had the CEO in there. I said to our colleagues in there, they shouldn't talk, because there's a CEO in our meeting, and then you are incriminating yourself in front of the CEO. So, colleagues, that was what was said in our presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. It's very nice for me to say good morning, colleagues, as a grade R practitioner. It's very rare you find ECD and grade R practitioners standing in forums such as this, and we would like to thank SACE for showing that you really do value the voices of ECD and grade R practitioners in South Africa and in Gauteng particularly. Our breakout room on ECD was mainly to share good practices as ECD practitioners and grade R practitioners, and also to share the challenges that we have encountered in our teaching or in our practice. Because you can hear, Amos, we are not called teachers. We are practitioners. We are specialists in what we do, and we believe that we should be regarded as such. We are the specialists in education. We are the school. We are the future of South African education, because we are the ones that build the foundation in the schools. Now, in all of the good practices that we have shared, we identified that within the ECD sector, in all practitioners, whether it's 0 to 4 or in grade R, there is a great love and a great passion for what we do. But at some point, or in many cases, we feel very undervalued. And we have a lot of challenges that we have identified as practitioners, apart from all the good things that we are doing. Number one, the challenge that we identified was teacher apathy or practitioner apathy. Now, we acknowledged the concerning presence of practitioner apathy in some schools and ECD settings. And this issue appears to stem from a complex interplay of factors, potentially including, number one, heavy workloads, lack of support, feeling of being undervalued, and systemic challenges. The discussion highlighted the detrimental impact of apathy on the learning environment and the well-being of both practitioners and learners. Number two, we identified the challenge of burnout and stress related to administration in schools. Participants shared experiences and observations regarding burnout and stress, particularly those related to administrative tasks. It became evident that the burden of administrative duties can be significant across various grade R settings. Regardless of their specific structure, the administrative overload, dear SMT and principals, and their GDE. The administrative overload often detracts from educators' time and energy, and that energy could be better spent on direct interaction and pedagogical practices with the learners. We are always told as practitioners that we must play. Yet, we are bombarded with administration. When are we going to get time to play? And that is a challenge. And our curriculum is play-based. And we are always fighting and striving to bring back play into the classroom. But we are unable to do that because of the burden of administration. The third challenge that we identified was the qualification framework and its perceived unfairness to different practitioners. A significant portion of our discussion focused on the current curriculum framework. Many participants expressed concern about its perceived inequalities, particularly concerning the recognition and progression pathways for different types of ECD practitioners. There was a shared feeling that the framework does not always adequately acknowledge the diverse experiences and prior learning of practitioners working within the sector, potentially creating barriers and the feeling of being unfairly treated. I am going to say this and put my head on the block, as we discussed yesterday, that ECD practitioners and grade Rs are literal doctors, because we have studied for many, many, many years, but our qualifications are not recognized. All of those discussions we had, and we had a lot of inputs from the higher education sector, explaining to us what was happening with the qualification framework. And ever since grade R was actually introduced within the education system, what was the pathways of the qualifications? But the major problem is that all of that information is never cascaded effectively to all the practitioners on the ground. We were told of higher certificates, we were told of Educare, we were told of the diploma in grade R. Now we are told of B.Ed. I've already done 10 years of college work. But I am still not converted. All of the general assistants that are helping us with the cleaning of the classrooms are much more valuable than us as grade R practitioners. I don't even have gems. So all of those challenges were discussed in our breakout room. And the final one, before my time runs out, is the challenge faced by ECD practitioners in the classroom, especially related to school management teams and principals not knowing the scope of grade R in schools. A significant challenge, as we have identified now, was the lack of understanding among some school management teams and principals regarding the specific scope of grade R work and the jobs of grade R practitioners. And this lack of clarity can lead to unrealistic expectations, inappropriate task assignments, and a general undervaluing of the specialized skill and pedagogical approaches required for effective grade R teaching. This ultimately impacts on the quality of early learning experiences for the children and professional satisfaction of practitioners. Now, this breakout room provided a valuable space to share these experiences and to collectively identify some of the pressing challenges within the ECD sector. Thus, the insights gained will hopefully contribute to a broader discussion and potential solutions within this colloquium. Thank you very much.
Can you give them another huge round of applause? Colleagues, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, colleagues. I don't think we'll have to ask them questions because we commissioned them to come and represent us. So if you have something that you'd like to ask or to engage on further, just note it down. We'll talk about it after lunch. Please, colleagues. Okay. Can I just have Miss Makosazana? Yes, please just join me. But as they were reflecting, as colleagues were reflecting here, I'm just more interested in the work that SAYS is about to do in the higher education sector, because we can't really forget the ITE space, the initial teacher education space. There is a role that SAYS needs to play in professionalizing the training of teachers. So I'm really happy that that discussion went on yesterday. We are now just going to hear from the student voices as well. And this is a SAYS ambassador at a university level. She's from the University of Johannesburg, and she will take us through some of the work that SAYS is doing in as far as professionalizing the initial teacher training space. Okay, to you, Ms. Makosazana.
Thank you so much. Wait, can I please have assistance to project the slides? Okay, thank you.
everyone. I'm sorry for the delay. You see, we were still trying to fix my laptop, Essie. That's her name. Yeah, you have to be very gentle with her. But greetings. I'm standing before you today to speak on my reflections about the recent SACE workshop that took place on the 16th of May till the 18th of May. So first, I just want to highlight my experience. To begin, I'll briefly outline the reasons why I chose teaching and my understanding of the teaching that has developed over time. So, I'm a music lover. As you can see there's a picture of an album, Lauryn Hill. She's one of the greatest artists. There is an image of her that's engraved on a desk, right? And on top, it's titled The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. And I really relate to her because looking back at my career journey and how I started with my university career, I took a lot of otherwise decisions, and I'd say that they're based also on my own miseducation. Like Lauryn Hill said, she said she spent too long looking for answers outside of herself, when the answers were within her all, this whole time. Like the other picture displays, she says deep in her heart, the answers has always been with her. In her, and she has made up her mind to define her own destiny. And I feel closely related to that as well. And this clarity came when I understood that the essence of teaching would have always manifested in any career that I have chosen. For example, to elaborate, if I had chosen to pursue law, I strongly believe that I would have enjoyed mentoring my junior colleagues more than I would have enjoyed the practice itself. And so it's undeniably clear that the role of a teacher has always been meant to be part of my journey. And the SACE workshop brought even greater clarity on this understanding. So during the SACE workshop, Professor Lee's presentation on reductive versus transformative teaching approaches alongside the overview of South Africa's curriculum evolution really made me consider, what does it truly mean to be a teacher? So in primary, I always admired my teachers. I thought, oh, wow, I could never be like them. I could never do what they do, because they were so passionate. But in high school, that admiration just wore off because, I encountered teachers who seemed like they didn't really want to be there. Every day for them was like torture. So I never really admired them as much as I admired my primary school teachers. But as a student now, I've gone back to my initial perspective that, I see that teaching is a lot. It's such a demanding profession, and I never thought it was. It requires a wide range of skills, and that was discussed also in the SACE workshop, that, fundamentally, it highlighted that a teacher needs to be reflective. It needs to be reflective, a radical, an ethical, and a transformative force that is to be reckoned with. And as William Butler Yeats highlights, that education is not a filling of a pail, it's a lighting of a fire, meaning that the goal of education is not is to develop intelligence, and not intelligence only, but as well as character. And for teachers to be able to achieve this, they too need to be well-rounded individuals that cultivate their own intellect and character. They need to examine themselves, continuously so that they can grow. This has to do with the professional development. They have to have the drive to be transformative. They have to be radical in their teaching approaches. They have to be deeply passionate, and of course, they have to be inherently ethical. And to, further summarize the discussions at the SACE workshop, we touched on the distinctions between reductive and transformative teachings with Professor Lee, and she touched on the true complexity and importance of teaching, as well as the desired qualities of a teacher. And Mr. Shikwambana did us the honors of taking us through the professional teaching standards. He explained what they were, and he presented it to them. And all throughout the SACE workshop, day 2, we had discussions on them, where we dissected four of the professional teaching standards, and my fellow SACE ambassadors had a lot to say on them. So if you're like me, who didn't know about the SACE professional teaching standards, I only knew about the ethics, but the standards, not really. Until, Mr. Shikombora came and presented them to us. So there are 10 professional teaching standards, and I'll briefly go through them. So the first highlights the ethical commitment to learning and well-being of learners. And the second, has to do with the theme of collaboration and teacher development. And the third has to do with social justice and how a teacher should be radical. And the fourth has to do with the creation of a safe learning environment and maintaining that safe learning environment so teaching can take place. And so those are the first four that highlights basically the creation of the teaching environment that will be inclusive and that will incorporate professional development as well as learning. The fifth has to do with now the teacher. They have to have an intense understanding of their own subject matter. They have to be thoughtful in the decisions that they take to meeting the learning goals of learners. They also have to understand that the language really plays an important role with teaching and learning. Teachers also have to be understanding, and they have to plan a coherent sequence of learning experiences. They also have to fully understand how to apply their teaching methodologies, and obviously they have to monitor and assess learning. And so those are the professional teaching standards. And moving on to my interpretation of them, I'd like to bring in Ms. Lechaba. Ms. Lechaba was one of our coordinators during the SACE workshop. She said that PTSs, they're not an administrative tool. They're not a statement, but they're principles, and they're a teacher's way of being. So it's not you saying that, okay, I've monitored and assessed the learners, you're ticking a box, or I've created a safe learning environment, then you're just ticking a box. It's not about that. And somebody here, I think among the crowd, did say that when you get to the field, the PTSs, they vanish. You come across documents such as the PAM, the QMS, and I really disagreed with that. That is very incorrect to say that when you get to the field now, the PTSs have to vanish. To suggest that they vanish is to misunderstand their essence and the core mission of SACE. So these principles are not just transient, they're unwavering tenets, like the 10 Commandments. They're tenets that should always inform our practices. So it's not about you get to the field and then they vanish. It's a matter of you embodying them, just like such as the 10 Commandments. Like they should never depart from you. You should always model them as a professional. And so moving on, I'd like to further add on and explain that, the professional teaching standards, as we were dissecting them, the CEO did mention that the SACE ambassadors were able to gel well and actually get into the flow and understand what they were, because they, we didn't really know about them, that they are a document made by SACE, but they're integrated in our curriculum and they already equip us. So, for example, we, in my institution, I did teaching studies 1A in my first year, and we explained the role of a teacher there. We covered the unit of a teacher as a caring professional, which really covers the PTS 4 and 6. And we ended off in covering the teacher as an assessor, which covered the PTS 10. And so, the professional teaching standards are really one unit, and they shouldn't be looked at as separate statements. They're already engraved within the curriculum. And when we were discussing, we were able to actually relate to them, relate the professional teaching standards with the theories that we learn in class. For example, the PTS 10 actually conveys constructivism by Jerome Bruner. That assessment is not simply measuring what has been memorized, but it's seeking to understand how the learners can actively play a part in building their own knowledge, and how teaching can actually assess and support this process. And with my fellow student teachers who are present here, all of our methodologies, if you actually look at, they are covered by, or they in alignment with PTS 9. And moving on, I'd like to say, hence why they're the best practice. There's no other practice that's present that's better than the PTSs. They are the best practice because they have been developed by the SACE in collaboration with the researchers. They have been carefully constructed for the education profession. And they're built on strong and ethical foundations. And most of all, they focus on the learning outcomes. So they represent, as the picture depicts, the benchmark for excellence. And they're the most effective and responsible practices in teaching. But then there are limitations. You see, like me, who didn't know about the professional teaching standards, there's a limited awareness among the student teachers about the professional teaching standards. It's not that we do not know about them, but then we're not introduced to them fully and individually. And secondly, there's no internalization of the professional teaching standards by the professional educators themselves. You see, when we go to WIL, you don't see most of the teachers embodying what is written in the standards. And of course, lastly, there's inadequate structures to actually emphasize the importance of these standards. So we need further support in practicing and applying them effectively with the diverse context of our South African schools. So the recommendations, as I wrote there, is that we have the SACE Ambassador Program that we've implemented. So the aim of the SACE Ambassador Program is to actually spread awareness of the professional teaching standards to all of our peers across all the institutions. And it's also to spread awareness to the qualified educators themselves. Together they have to together we have to collaborate with the respective universities to actually implement strategies to help students to internalize and embody these standards. A further recommendation that I have is that there has to be a collaboration between SACE and the DBE. We need to host workshops to help qualified teachers to fully understand the professional teaching standards and to embody them. The qualified teachers need to also model the correct examples for the student teachers so that when we get to the WIL, we understand, like there's a cohesion between the qualified teachers and the student teachers, and we're able to work together, and we understand what is required of us and what is expected of us as professionals. And with that, I'd like to end off with a quote from Mr. Jonan that says, "No, knowing is not enough. We must apply. And willing is not enough. We must do." And the SACE Ambassador Program aims to actually implement and do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Makosazana. I think it's great that she has highlighted some of the challenges and the recommendations. And there you have it, colleagues, the 10 commandments. Can you please just wait here for me? Yes. There you have it, colleagues, the 10 commandments of the teaching profession. Let's talk a bit about it. Are there any questions or any recommendations that colleagues would like to make or to ask the presenter? So, okay. I agree with you, I agree. So how many hands do we have? Can I just see by the show of hands? Okay, so that's one. Can I start this side?
Thank you. It's Bongani Simelane from KZN, working at Mkondlo District. For me, it's a comment more than a question. A comment to say I'm excited about this PTS. I have come across them in my lifetime, but I've never really taken note of them. And when I look at them, the way you summarize them, the 10 PTS summarized, you are correct to say they are not an add-on. They are not something that is there and the teacher in the classroom is there. It's something that we have to be cognizant of and apply it as we teach. For example, there's one where you talked about teachers collaborate. and if teachers don't collaborate within the cluster, within the school, it becomes difficult for them to apply some of the things that they have to do. I can say a lot, teacher is an assessor. So all what I'm saying is I'm really excited, and from where I am, I think every time I speak, I'll project the slide of the 10 PTSs before I say anything, because they are really important for teachers that are within the system to understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that contribution. Let me run to the other side of the room. Oh, there's a mic. Thank you. Please go ahead.
They gave me a mic already. Colleague, something which is really interesting to me, and if it sounds like critique, it's not. It's really something which I'm curious about. You said there is a call to be more radical and transformative. And I've heard something similar yesterday from the colleague who presented here in the research. Where are you, sir? There you are. Which sounds to me very similar. It is an approach which is interesting to me. What do you mean with it? Are you able to do it? And what do we really mean? What do we want to achieve with something radical and transformative? Because I believe something needs to change, seriously. But that is, maybe you may say one sentence about it, or somebody else can say. It's not for a long discussion, because that is for another PhD, which my colleague has done already. It sounds something which we need in our education, but I'm not sure if I understand it 100%. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that contribution. Can I give you a chance to talk to that?
Okay, thank you so much for the comment and the question. Where I was going with that, I first started off as saying that, SACE actually wants teachers to, like, you see the term that goes, a force to be reckoned with. So it really wants to develop within teachers a reflective, like somebody who's reflective, somebody who is radical, somebody who is transformative. And what we mean by that is that you see how there's a lot of problems that we actually discussed, during the workshop about the curriculum and how overloaded it is, and how when like student teachers, when they get to the practice itself, they just leave everything that they've learned, and they follow what the other teachers are doing. So if a teacher comes to you, or your HOD comes to you and says that, okay, this is how you should teach, you should leave everyone who doesn't understand, just follow the ATP, and do not what is this word? Leave it, like just follow it religiously. So it's a matter of when you say radical and transformative, a teacher should be able to actually identify the problems within the curriculum and the problems within the current system that we have. And they need to be brave enough and courageous enough to actually work towards changing, or being the one that changes or starts by implementing something in a different way. It doesn't have to be transformative on a big scale, but then it starts in this class where your HOD is pushing for you to do something that you don't think is right in your own beliefs. And it's a matter of how you can be radical or transformative in that is the matter of taking a step back and looking, okay, does this align with my belief? Does it align with the professional teaching standards? How can I, as a teacher, stay within the professional ethics, stay within the professional standards and uphold them, and actually transform this environment that I'm working with? So it starts with like the environment, whichever environment that you're placed within, it has its own difficulties, it has its own challenges, and it's not a matter of you step in there. You see, for example, when you're doing your situation analysis as a teacher, if you know that you don't have certain resources, or you can't use this, like the textbooks, like being transformative and radical, like in a small scale, it starts by you finding other ways to actually utilize other resources to help that school and to change the way in which things are done at that school. So when other teachers, like you get to an environment and other teachers are very complacent, or they're not as dedicated, or when they see you being dedicated and having this passion about teaching, they try and put you down and like they don't really encourage that. So it's a matter of, on a small scale, being transformative and radical is sticking to your own beliefs and being able or courageous enough to actually carry yourself in that standard of, okay, I know myself, I know my beliefs, I know why I'm passionate about teaching, and I understand that you guys can be complacent here, but I'm not here to be complacent. I'm here for the learners, and I'm here to challenge the learners, and I'm here to actually instill within the learners the skills that I needed for them to be, I think, what I can say, citizens that are able to think critically about situations, and they're able to apply critical thinking, as they go on in life. It's not only about rote learning, it's about active learning. So if you can just come into the system with that mindset and be able or be courageous enough and find other resources to help you implement that goal, that is being radical and that is being transformative. And that's the force, or that is, I guess, the skill that we're trying to instill within teachers, and that's going to be the goal of the program, I guess, to actually help our fellow student teachers to be aware of that and to realize the importance of having that attitude and not following the teachers that are already within the system that have, like basic attitude about teaching. That's not required. So that's what we mean. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Makosazana. Thank you so much. We really appreciate the work that you've presented. I think also if colleagues are also interested in this subject, Dr. Hlachwayo wrote a book some years back, and he titled that book A Wave of Teachers. In that wave of teachers, he was speaking about a new wave of teachers that will reimagine the teaching profession, so that as the teaching profession, we don't just receive the negative media attention, but there is something good that is spoken about us in society, and how we can get to do that. He details it nicely in that book. If you are interested, you can get in touch with him for more information as well on that. But thank you so much, Makosazana, for that. And thank you to SAIS for coming into the higher education space in as far as the professional teaching standards are concerned. Can I just check if Mr. Henry is here? Yes, thank you. Can you please just join me on stage? Mr. Henry is from UNICEF, and I think I need to acknowledge the big role that UNICEF has played in this colloquium. So they have actually sponsored this colloquium, and we really appreciate them. So I'm just going to give him a chance to say something as well. Thank you. Yes. So we are just going to connect here. Just give us a second.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. I'm going to talk a little bit about professional regulation, why it's important, and what do policies say around early learning practitioners. And the reason for that is we have a very good partnership with SAIS around looking at how can we actually bring the early learning workforce into the regulatory home of the South African Council for Educators. Oh, okay. No, I don't have to look there. This is actually this morning. I had the program a little bit wrong. But we will look at what is professional recognition, and then the results of broken promises, and the 30 years of those promises. And I want to warn you, it's not for sensitive viewers. And then also on the understanding of professional regulation. Whenever I do presentations on education and regulation, I love to start with this quote by former late President Nelson Mandela. Education is the great engine of personal development. It is through the education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor, that the son of a mine worker can become the head of the mine, that the child of farm workers can become the president of a great nation. It is what we make out of what we have, not what we are given, that separate one person from another. And I think it was said yesterday as well, but it is ongoingly on the agenda, and that is what we forget. What we do in education is actually shaping all the other professions. Nobody can become an engineer or a doctor without them being touched by a teacher. And I want to start with a reminder at the start. And if we look at the foundations for learning, which is nowadays everywhere on every agenda, we look at birth to 9. So it's our ECD practitioners, our grade R practitioners, our foundation phase practitioners or educators. And what we need to remember is that what happens in this first 9 years of life calibrates the learning compass for children, for foundational knowledge and skills and attitude, for continued learning from grade 4 onwards. It's not about matric results. It's about the foundations that we lay here. Now the question is, which I always like to ask is, why is it important to talk about professional regulation? Because if those who practice the profession do not, others will. And you will see later why that is important. I'm just going to go through a few basics around professional regulation, and so that we can understand where we are in this. Professionalization and professional regulation is not the same thing. The difference is professionalization is a process that leads to the recognition of a professional, specific occupation as a profession. So most professions, no, not most, all of them have started somewhere, some thousands of years ago, some hundreds of years ago, some a few decades ago. And there was a process where professional regulation, on the other hand, and that's the business of SACE, refers to the standards and practice related to the registration, education, and professional conduct that are prescribed and enforced by law. Now we're going to go a little bit deeper into this. To look at professionalization, that is a continuous evolution of a profession over time. It is not something that just happened with the snap of the fingers. If you look at education, there most likely 2,000 or 3,000 years ago were not educators like we have today, or even 100 years ago. It evolved through becoming a profession, growing, recognizing, and maintaining the profession. And then also, it is done by practitioners, academics, and professional associations in the field. And this is important for us to remember, is it is not for somebody else to decide. But professional regulation happens somewhere in this process of professionalization. It doesn't mean professionalization stops, but it happens somewhere there at a specific time where a regulatory body is established. The question we always get is, what is the difference between occupation and a profession? All professions are occupations, but all occupations are not professions. This is how occupation is how you earn your money, but a profession has specifically defined area of knowledge pertaining to the specific profession and a specific scope of application of practice. I love this quote by Cunningham that says, the word profession means different things to different people, and we know that. But at its core, it is an indicator of trust and expertise. And that is what we want for ECD educators and practitioners, foundation phase, right through, whether you're a lecturer at the university. And the professional and the profession, and in the regulation, that is important. A professional is the person that practicing the profession and adhering to the code of ethics and standards, where the profession is the field of work that requires specialized knowledge, education, and skills, often within the ethical standards. And professionalism, I'm not going to for time that, but you will get the presentation to look at it. And this is a very important distinction, and you will see in a minute. Now, but what is important for us as professionals, and it doesn't matter where you are on the spectrum of educator, we are compensated for what we know, or what they know, and how they act on what they know. I was fascinated a couple of years ago. I visited my specialist physician, and after about 7 minutes, she was done. And I said, do I really have to pay all of this just for this 7 minutes? And she said to me, Andre, you pay for what I know and my experience, not for my time. And that is for me such a good example of when we are professionals. And let me see, who here are working in early childhood development? Who work in the foundation phase? Who work in the intermediate and higher phases? Who's at universities? And all of you see yourself as professionals. Okay, so what makes up a profession? Firstly, self-determination, and I will get to that also. Nobody else should ever define for you what your profession is about. And you know, the scary thing about being teachers, because quite a lot of people had that 12 years of teaching experience, and they think that makes them an expert in teaching without having the qualification. So that is, I think that is one of the biggest challenges. But it is about you. And you determine the specialized knowledge that's needed. And the colleague before on the stage talked about early childhood development and grade R. There is a specialist body of knowledge that is needed to teach in those years. But also a scope of practice. Is the scope of practice of a teacher the same of that of a doctor? Oh, thank you. There's one person at least that said no. Standards for professional conduct, and we have dealt with that. Professional autonomy, and I think that is so important that we forget. If any educator and any other profession, whether it's a social worker, a nurse, a doctor, if you are busy with your practice, you need to have the knowledge and the skill and the competency to be professionally autonomous. To know what you are doing is the right thing, to make decisions in the moment when it is necessary, without anybody else telling you what to do. The code of ethics, and quite often there are fields of specialization in professions. And I think in the teaching profession that is, but important, and I think that's where SAIS also come in, is accountability. And I left this one for last, because a profession cannot exist without the public recognizing that profession for its existence. Good. Now I often get the question when I do, because I often do training for the Council for Social Service Professions on this. What is the difference between a regulatory body, a professional association, and a trade union? Firstly, a professional regulatory body is created by statute or law to serve and protect the interests of the public and maintain the standards of the profession in terms of entry, who may practice this profession, conduct and education. A professional association is a voluntary organization created by persons practicing the specific profession, the professionals, that promote and advocate in the interest of the profession and those practicing the profession. You see the difference here? And lastly, a trade union is a voluntary membership organization created to advocate for, represent and negotiate on behalf of the professional as an employee. So in the most basic terms, a regulatory body is about the profession. It's not about the professional. It is about the profession, the practice. A professional association is about the professional, and the union is about the professional as a member. So what is regulation then exactly? And it protect and promote the interest and the integrity of the professions. So that is why if you bring your profession in disrepute, you can be charged with alleged unprofessional or improper conduct. But it also protects the public. And that is often when we get to regulation, that it is a profession has evolved to such a level where we need to have a formal way of protecting the public. And remember I said earlier about self-determination, but it's also self-regulation. Do you think it would be appropriate for a bunch of doctors, nurses and social workers to sit on the council or on the SACE council with no educators and regulating what you are doing, your conduct, your training and all of that? No, I can't hear. No, it will be inappropriate. So regulation is also about self-regulation. It is about what we decide, and it's an important characteristic and principle which every profession should guard jealously. Because it can so easily happen that other powers can start to interfere with that. Self-regulation is based on the principle that the persons who practice in the specific profession, the peers, that have specialized knowledge, skills and experience and judgment to regulate the profession's training and education and development, the requirements for entry and the professional conduct. And this ensures public trust. If a group of social workers and educators decide what is best practice for doctors, will the public trust the doctors? No. And it's the same with educators. The next one, I'm going to go a little bit into professional regulation by law, and just to indicate that we have to, there is quite often, regulation starts with voluntary regulation, where you have professional associations that have a form of regulation, but it's not enforceable, and it's voluntary. People commit themselves. And then we have statutory regulation, like SACE. I'm not going to go into the details of that, but it's a regulatory body established to set the standards and to protect the public. Now, regulating the professions. Firstly, there are three components in the regulation, and I will get later back to that. The first one is around registration. And registration is followed by professional conduct. What is the conduct what we expect? And then we have the education, training and development. And each of them have sub-components. For example, you need to register with SACE, and you are kept on the registers, need to be up to date. Professional conduct is about your professional autonomy, scope of practice, accountability and the likes and standards for conduct. And then education and training. Usually what we talk about is what is the prescribed qualification. So we don't want anybody who has just a qualification in environmental care to become a teacher. So we say you can only enter this profession if you have certain qualifications, and then there are CPD and the likes of that. Now the second part is, and you know this, I'm not going to go into the detail or too much detail of that, but just to say the regulating of professions is actually a part of a constitutional imperative. Section 22 of the Constitution say actually every citizen has the right to practice his occupation or profession. The practice of a trade, occupation or profession may be regulated by law, and that is happening with the teaching profession. Now you see, in the SACE Act, there is already very clearly there what I've indicated earlier on registration, education and training and professional conduct. The main purpose of a regulatory body and also like SACE is to protect the integrity, dignity and interest of a specific profession to ensure that the public can trust the practitioners practicing the profession and feel protected. Now, I'm not going to go into the details of this, but just to go to the three components, because these are also important when we talk about our early learning practitioners and educators. That the requirement to register before you start to practice. Giving you your license to practice. I like that word, your license to practice. Because that tells us that you meet the minimum requirements and you can show evidence of registration if anybody asks you and you need to renew it. And those last two I have mentioned. But there's also the education, training and development that says, and that is the important thing of regulatory bodies, some do them differently than others, but they say you need to have a certain prescribed qualification and it needs to meet certain norms and standards, but also the importance of continuing professional development and service learning and practical training of students. I'm so impressed with the students that actually shared today on that. But also things like recognition of prior learning, to be determined whether you can register for that. And then the last part is around professional conduct, which I think sufficient has been covered up to now, so I'm not going to go into that too much now. I want to talk about the professional regulation of early childhood development practitioners, because that is also our partnership with SACE. Now, I'm going to start and just flick through, because it's 30 years since the advent of our democracy. And we stand here in 2025. And we still, and I think we all have to apologize to early learning practitioners for not meeting the policy promises that we made from the beginning. And I start with, who remember the RDP? 1994, we said that early childhood care, early childhood development, doesn't matter what you want to call it, shall be part of the future education and training system. Hello, 2022, we did a function shift. It should never have shifted. It should have stayed in education as the founders of our democracy, which in the RDP have put it out. But also it said that the government shall ensure the training, upgrading and setting of national standards of educare providers. It did not happen as that promise made us. Also, if you look at the first white paper on education, it's very clearly to say that young children's learning in educare centers, preschools and early school grades must be entrusted to teachers, listen to this one, who have specialized training in the educational needs of this age group. We are fumbling around in 2025 to figure that out. 30 years later, the same, in the same white paper, it said required, basically back to the competences, I'm not going to go into that. Then even in the white paper for social welfare, it talked about the training of ECD practitioners. And I'm just going to go through some of them. The interim policy actually on ECD in 1998 said already there would need to be a mechanism for the professional registration of ECD practitioners and educators. When did that mechanism start to appear? CO? Not long ago. Not long ago. But already in 1998, this was the vision. And that there is an absence of an accreditation system of trainers, the educators. That is not even on the cards. And we talked about the scope of practice. Then we have White Paper 5 that talked about interim accreditation and professional development. And then actually the Children's Act talk about people who work in the early learning space to be fit and proper persons and have the prescribed skills and training. Nobody's prescribing it at this stage. SACE will, and that's part of the areas. When we did it in 2012, which is 13 years ago, we talked about that they need to be registered with occupational bodies and the likes of that, and that the job career descriptions. And the NDP talk about the same, even the white paper on persons with disabilities, and I'm not even going into detail of the National Integrated ECD policy. It says all of these things that we are continue saying. Also the policy and the minimum requirements for programs leading to qualifications in higher education for early childhood development educators. I want to get to this one. Who remember or were involved in some way or the other in the Transforming Education Summit in 2022? The government of South Africa made a national statement of commitment that is globally available that says, and that's why I started with the first slide, foundational literacy and numeracy skills are essential for a learning and important for lifelong learning and should be embedded into early childhood development programs and the foundation phase. More so, it says, talk about the education workshop has the required knowledge and skills to provide quality and inclusive early childhood development programs, basic education, and so on. And also, the professional recognition. This is a commitment that the government of South Africa have made, the Department of Basic Education, Department of Higher Education. The professional recognition and professionalization of the education workforce in early childhood development, basic education, special needs education, and need to be required to be registered with SACE and need to be exposed to continuing professional development. It's out there in the public domain. That's what the government has promised the world. I'm not going to go into that. This one is also the ECD strategy talk about the skilled and regulated workforce, and that is also the observations of the Committee on the Rights of the Child. How many of these promises did we keep? We, I mean the collective, because we cannot only blame government. We must also look at those who practice to put up the hand and say, why don't you implement? How many promises did we keep? 1? 2? Okay, I get the message. But what is important is not keeping these promises, not doing what we have committed as a country from the start for our early learning workforce. And here I include early learning development practitioners and educators, grade R, and to some extent the foundation phase educators, had an impact which might have been different if the promises were kept. Because recently, it was found 55% of children aged 4 to 5 years enrolled in early learning programs were on track with emergent literacy and numeracy, while the rest were falling behind. And we know our dearly beloved Pearl study said that 1 in 5 children could read for meaning in grade 4. Would that be the case if we kept the promises since 1994? We don't know, but most likely not. The same with numeracy. By 4 and 5 in children in early learning centers, only 33% were on track in terms of emergent numeracy and mathematics. And only 2 and 5 children in grade 4 acquired the foundational subject knowledge and skills. figured out that somebody is not able to perform surgery, will we run a 2-day in-service training on matric biology with them? Why do we do it in the early years and expect results? And the colleague earlier have talked about the pedagogical principles, and here again, we need qualified and professionally recognized practitioners. The central and important determinant for improving quality early learning and development birth to 5 years as the foundation phase is the knowledge, skills and qualifications. And I repeat this, and I'm going to continue to repeat this. Remember this, and I'm going to conclude with this. That is, when we want to change what happens in grade 4, if that is our only benchmark, we must start very early. And it doesn't mean that all children birth to 5 need to be in ECD programs. Parents can do an excellent job. There are different types of modalities there. And I want to say here, let's not continue to break these provinces. It continues to impact profoundly on the early learning and development outcomes of young children. And you remember when we had 15 years ago the World Cup, Chinaku, the time is now. The time is now. And the time is now under the leadership of SACE. That's why we are here. And in conclusion, professional regulation is about that child, her quality early learning and development opportunities by competent and committed ECD educators and practitioners. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Henry. I think you've laid a very good foundation for the next talk. Can I please just ask the captain of this ship, Maela, the CEO of SACE, to join me here on the stage just to talk about the SACE as a regulatory body. I think it's important that we do that. Yes. Colleagues, can I just check by a show of hands who signed out early this morning, who took their bags out of their rooms this morning? Okay, maybe the question should be who didn't, because there are many who did. Who didn't? Who didn't take their bags out of their room? Who did not? Oh, okay. Thank you so much, colleagues. Can we just, we'll just give you colleagues just 5 minutes break, especially those who did not check out this morning. Just take your bags out of your room because we'll have to give those key cards to the reception. We have to do that by 11. Those who did check out, please just remain seated. Just take out your key cards, not key cards, your room cards. Just place them on your table in front of you. Someone will come and fetch them. So only those who did not check out, can you please just go and sort that out in your rooms and then join us back as soon as you can. And colleagues, I will just give you 5 minutes as well just for some tea. And then we'll begin at 10:40. content. Okay, no, thank you so much, colleagues. I think we need to begin. Those who are not yet here, they will find us along the way. We have to get somewhere. So, we're just going to have the CEO of SACE now, who will speak to us about SACE and look at it and look at SACE as a regulatory body, and also the inclusion of the ECD in that regulatory body space. So I'll just welcome the captain of this ship. I'm sure the newly qualified teachers have seen her signature, and the student teachers will be seeing her signature as well, because this is the person who signs your SACE certificates. So it's and can also take them back. So she can give you the certificate, and she can also withdraw that certificate from you. Maela, thank you so much. Let me just give the mic to you so that you can share with us on SACE as a regulatory body. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can start. We can start. Thanks to Andre for laying the foundation, and like I said, we're working collaboratively with them in terms of the whole process of making sure that the sector is professionalized. So, I'm going to start with an issue that the ECD communication and messaging it's a very serious challenge currently. We are speaking in tongues as the education sector as a whole. This one is saying this one is promising the practitioners this one is talking about something that they don't understand. And we are all over. And therefore, we need to start making sure that we really speak in one voice. We share common messages. We don't have different nuances depending where you are, or different nomenclature depending on who you are, where you are. Because sometimes you hear people talking ECD 0 to 9, others will tell you 0 to 5 years, DBE, sometimes I feel they are, I don't know, they are saying something else. And then you have your issues around pre-grade R, 0 to 4, others 5, others grade RR, downwards. So there's so much confusion. We don't even have a common language. That's why we had the professional teaching standards to say, in the teaching profession, can we have common language about teaching and learning and the quality of that? But we need to also remember we've got the South African Schools Act. Me and Louisa, we were told very clear that stop this thing of yours talking Bella. You remember James called all of us to order. Bella was there to do its work is done. Ne? Can we stop talking Bella? We're talking SASA as amended by the Basic Education Laws Amendment Act number, what? Of 2024, number 32. So we need to start speaking in that sense. Otherwise, we speak as if there's SASA there, there's Bella there. Yeah. Remember, Bella was there to do some work, and it did the work. But there's also the issue of foundation phase. Your grade R2, grade 3. And that's where the problems are also happening. Because I listened to the heated debate in that last room. Yeah, they are not employing us. Yeah, they are not registering us. Yeah, they are not doing 1, 2, 3. It's because of this messaging confusion that is there. That I'm saying as a sector, all of us need to deal with it and speak in one voice, same language, same nuances, same nomenclature, and everything that we need to deal with. So why was Andre at pain to explain to you the importance of regulation? And why do we care, as says, in regulating and professionalizing the profession, including early childhood development? If we are serious about saying practitioners are part of the profession, therefore, we can't sort of speak about them as if they are stepchildren. So can we, in our speak, be inclusive and have one common teaching profession? Not the profession for ECD, for who? For the, it's one big family. And therefore, there's one only professional regulatory body and professionalization body in this country, and it's South African Council for Educators. Kwangoko, we have never heard of another council. Until such time, the ECD space will be professionalized by the South African Council for Educators. Now, we do have an interest because all of us in this room, all of us, it doesn't matter where you are, we're dealing with children. All of us. If you're not dealing with children in your space, you are not supposed to be in this room. It doesn't mean if you are in the higher education institution or wherever you're not, or says you're not dealing with children. All of us, our work, at the end of the day, is about the children. And therefore, those who were in the mini workshop number, 3, were taught very well. They will never forget this one. the issue of the paramountcy principle. Anyone who works with a child and doesn't understand the paramountcy principle or wants to compete with it, teachers. We can't compete with this principle. And I'm deliberate when I say teachers. Because sometimes we feel, Comrade Louisa, that child hit me. And then we are kicking and screaming, my leader. We are kicking and screaming and say what? Yeah, where is this says? We are not protected. Where are these unions? So sometimes we are even mad at your own unions. I laugh and read the Facebook and I'm like, what are we saying? Haven't we allowed President Ramaphosa then and Rudolph Meyer to go to Kempton Park to negotiate this thing? Yeah? Were we not born? We were. We had a constitution that is more than 30 years old. That principle did not come today. It has been there since 1996. The paramountcy principle says the interests of the children or a child are what? Paramount. Go and Google paramount. So even if you have your own rights, if they are being weighed between yourself, that's why I don't like this mic, the level, between yourself and the child, whose rights are paramount? P.S. The child. But then the minute we start saying that 12-year-old was beating me, whatever, says he's not doing anything, no one is going to. Look, Child Justice Act is very clear. Your 10-year-olds do not have criminal capacity. They can't be arrested. Simple. Your 14 years bullies, they can be arrested, but they can only go for diversion. They can't go to criminal whatever courts. So those are some, because the rights of children are paramount, and they are young, and therefore they need to be dealt with different. Therefore, especially because we are working in ECD, we need to understand this one. We can't leave those children alone, lock them in Cape Town and they burn. That we can't. And that we call what? I want to come to this one, Nora. Derelict of duty. We can't. As soon as you think about, I'm going to go and buy that bread there by Spaza shop and these children, I'm going to lock them. Think of that one. Think of the derelict of duty, because you're going to be charged like hell. By SAPS, by SAYS, by employer, by absolutely everybody, DSD, absolutely everybody in the country. Because it's very important that we think about all these kind of issues. So, we don't want to hear stories of this child just slept and did not wake up. Because we hear about those a lot. So these issues I'm talking about are constitutional. They are constitutional. They are imperative because the apex law has spoken. And who are we to argue against it? So we need to understand that that particular principle is amplified further in the Children's Act. It's the custodian of the children. If you don't understand Children's Act, then you can't be in a classroom. Can I say it again? If you don't understand that paramountcy principle, you don't understand the implication of it for Children's Act, you can't be in a classroom. Because it's very clear. Those principles, that principle is saying to us, anything that we do we must consider a child. Where is Baba Nchali? SACE was directed by the courts to say, go and fix your sanction policy so that everything that you do, comrades, a labor grouping, everything that you do, if there's a case of a teacher, make sure that learner is brought to the hearing to have a say, and the parent. Why? Yes, that whistle, you can say it again. Like yesterday you were saying, let's all be engineers. So I wanted to, yesterday I forgot, Nora, to talk about that our sanctioning policy has changed. We need to share it so that you can understand and not be surprised when you see children. And I'm emphasizing these principles because if you're not going to understand them, you might lose that case when you are representing that comrade. Councillor else, we were talking about these things yesterday with the comrades. They understand it very well. So, it gives specific content. Section 6.2 is very clear. All proceedings or decisions that concern a child must respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the child's rights as enshrined in the Bill of Rights, as well as the best interest of the child standard. It's a legal standard that you can't dispute. But secondly, it says, if it is not the best interest of the child, if it is the best interest of the child's family must be, listen, the child's family. Yesterday when I said to the comrades and colleagues and fellow teachers that the processes of SACE are different from the employer ones, now you can start seeing. Now you can see that capacity building I was talking about. I even gave an example of Northwest SATU, that they did the correct thing for capacitation. So let's look into those things. And children who are at an age, maturity, and stage of development where they are able to participate in decisions concerning their future. Do you listen to that one? Have the right to do so in an appropriate way and to have due consideration given to their views. So when you come to that hearing, forget me, remember me on this one. And not say, Abazali Bafuna, or what this. It's Children's Act. It has long been there. But when we fiddle with it, the courts are taking us back to say, you're getting out of way. So, now there's a principle of proportionality, which I've just spoken about when I was talking about the delict of care, where the rights are weighed and balanced. If you've done the same thing and you have to weigh, the child must be protected first before you. Yes. These are the laws of the country. And I'm emphasizing it, ECD practitioners, we deal with these young ones. Let's not do anything that we can't stand for. Because this thing of really having sexual whatever with those young ones in crèches and whatever can't be tolerated. The cases that we are seeing and neglect and all that. So because of those and what Andrea has already indicated in terms of regulation, and that we are the profession we think we are all serving in the best interests of the learners. Educators, we can't be self-serving. It's a difficult one. We can't be self-serving. We need to think about the interests of those children under our care before we think about our own interest. So, it's clear. It doesn't want any ruler. And also, like our student teachers have already told you, from the standards of the profession, teaching is based on ethical commitment to the learning and well-being of learners. It's standard number 1 of SACE, and that I always say to those educators that I work with that teaching is a relational profession. And in those processes of relating to one another, we are bound, and I like, because Mr. S will tell you, with the student teachers, we're not talking misconduct, Mr. S. Aye, you are caught napping. We're talking ethical dilemmas. They are on a different language, on a different whatever. Because our code of teachers it's more, and let me correct, it's a code of conduct, that one. I always told that we need to work towards a code of professional ethics, the same way that we're dealing with the one for student teachers, so that it can be a real code of professional ethics. I've already spoken about the delict of duty. But if it's a profession, there are key things that we need to look into. The issues around the status of the teaching profession and its standing. That is why yesterday we were talking about that you can't put the teaching profession into disrepute 24/7, 365/366 days. You are a teacher for that. And I even said, even in this room, just try and give her a hot clap, you will see the code being applicable. So we need to understand it from that perspective. But that status is about also saying the specialized knowledge that we have as the profession, as teachers, that no one else can deal with except us. And that is why the professional teaching standards, and that's why we are gatekeeping, to say not anyone can teach. This whole thing of saying you can just have a warm body in a class, you are killing somebody's child while yours is in a better school. It can't be. Even the department, I disagree. They know us, don't know how they fight. I fight with them every day. Warm bodies. That's why all of you in Gauteng received that letter when the district director was talking, acting district director. And it created chaos in the sector. And you were running all over because I said they can't be in classroom. That time has arrived. Andre told you the time of SACE is now. And therefore we are professionalizing, we are regulating. If you don't want to be operated by a doctor that hasn't gone to school for quite some time, why would you want to feed another person's child with poison? We can't allow that. So I know it will be, hi man, did you talk to the comrades that side? This thing of SACE. SACE is regulating. It's not, we're not gonna stop because it's a profession. Otherwise you go to another job. Because this is a teaching profession. So it's about the occupational status of the profession and the integrity and credibility of the teaching profession that we see. But we also sometimes complain to say the prestige, to what an extent, is the public. Remember that every profession is being viewed from the outside, from the public. That's why we are regulating the best interest of the public and learners. It says, to what an extent do you compare yourselves with nurses? And I'm talking about professions in the public sector, social workers, and others. And also your level of responsibility. Somebody earlier on was talking about the extent to which we are able to, in our own space, create professional autonomy, decisional judgment, and all those kind of issues, including the esteem of the profession. That's why we gatekeep. That's why we're saying, even with our practitioners, as you come and join this profession, it's not a free-for-all. Knowledge, skills for that sector must be respected. It's not about just taking a child and say, drink tea, go and sleep, wake up, sing, sleep, wake up. It's beyond that. It doesn't matter the age, so we need to move to look into it. But also, as we do that, we need to think about job demands. And as we were presenting grade R earlier on, reflecting on it, issues of working conditions and well-being of the practitioners becomes very important. And that's where the job demands and job returns and personal utility comes into. The whole picture you are seeing is about teacher or practitioner status. That's where you say, when you say I'm a professional teacher, I'm a professional practitioner that is taking care of the children. Professional regulation, we've spoken about it, the mandate I'm going to skip, and all these ones. The standards, they've spoken about them. That's the standards of that is speaking to the teachers. But I know the DBE is working on the standards for early childhood development. The only snag I have with that is that they are top down and not bottom up. When you're dealing with standards of the profession, they must come down up. Like we did, it was the profession by profession developing those standards. But within the ECD sector, I'm not sure. That's why I said to them, I'm distancing myself. I'm very good at that. When we went to the, when Minister Motseha was exiting, we had a workshop, ministerial workshops, a number of them. ECD was one of them, and I was very loud and clear to say, as the profession says, we are not going to accept those standards. You can run with them, I don't know, not for us. Because you can't have an employer developing standards for the profession. It doesn't work. But anyway, it's another discussion for another day. And I was asking myself, where were the unions, by the way? Where this thing was happening, Comrade Louise? And then the values of the profession, we've already spoken about them, because I'm trying to rush to get to one area that I know you like. Look, SACE has got an accounting authority. You remember yesterday, or a council or a board? Yesterday when I was talking about introducing some of the members, I know I forgot to introduce Councillor Bowles, who's sitting there, is responsible for registration. All the registration issues he's governing and playing an oversight. This is the structure of council that we have. The 18 members collectively nominated by the organized profession, that's where in the Act ECD is also located. So that when they nominate 18, one of the persons must be from the early childhood development sector. So already we are including you in council so that your voice can be heard there. This is the leadership of the chairperson of council and also the deputy council chair that are governing SACE. SACE is a professional self-regulatory body, which means 60% of the members are coming from the teaching profession. And the rest, you've seen the nominations. And as a result, you are self-funding. You're paying the subscriptions every month because it's a professional body that cannot be funded by employer or government. Otherwise, it loses its own independence and authority. And that's why self-funding, to run your own affairs. I'm also telling the practitioners as they will be joining. Now I want to clarify something very, very, very importantly. Just now I got a question while we were sitting here with Duzana. Yeah, from you. What did you say? Just say it yourself. Ask it. Oh. I want you to ask it so that I can show you something. I'm still a teacher. Ne? In case you, I started from the classroom.
Good morning, colleagues. Morning. I'm Dipo from Soweto East. I got a call from my cousin. She got a job. Now she was asking that she's got a permanent SAYS. Now the employer is asking that they want to see the proof of payment from.
Yeah, if he doesn't have a debt.
Yes, if he doesn't have a debt.
Yes. You know
Thank
what?
you.
I was very excited. That employer, I'm going to phone that employer and just appreciate him or her for understanding the role of SAYS. And what does it mean to be a member of SAYS? Now, in December, January, many of you received what? The famous one. That's why I wanted you to complete like an old teacher. So, that SMS was saying, you are a member of SAYS, you are registered, however, you are not in good standing. Difference. If I register today after graduating, I'm graduating today, next week I go to SAYS and register, you are a member. What do we do when you get a policy or you go to a stock fair or social club? The day you join, they do what? You are a member. Do you say, I'm not going to pay because I'm still on a break? You pay until you say, I don't want to become a member. So it's the same principle. Because what happens with your policy? It lapses. So we are getting to that. We were just being developmental now and trying to assist and support. But we've got a professional membership policy just like your other policies, which will say after 3 months, if your payment is not up to scratch, you can go out and then register afresh. So it doesn't matter whether you are employed or not. And I know the question was also coming a lot from the practitioners. Now you understand it. So your cousin registered, but at some stage did not pay. Whereas if you are on PESAL, there is no way that you can default because you're going to pay every yes. But those that are not doing their part. So you can't be free riders. That's why we need to make sure everybody is paying. So that one is clarified, ne? The difference between, yes. Even many of the practitioners, I know you've been running to register at the time when there was that messaging to say you'll be absorbed or whatever, but you were not absorbed, and because of that, your debt accumulated. Because then it means you are a member, but a member that is not in good standing. So, yeah. Comrade Zodwa, you are saying what?
I was saying, how do you know if you owe?
It means you don't bother to go to your portal.
I do.
I'm happy you're apologizing. Thank you. Thank you very much. So these are the sources of whatever funds. I'm not going to go through them, the requirements, and we now understand that SAYS is the first port of entry because you're registering non-compliance has got consequences. I'm trying to run so that is not killing me. There are two critical, now coming to the qualifications, because that's where you have issues. How many of us are aware of these two policies? Thanks. Yeah, only 2 people, 3, 4, 5. These are the policies that are regulating your qualifications, and I'm talking the practitioners now. There's a revised policy on minimum, we call it Mr. Tech. If you hear everybody trying to be smart and say Mr. Tech, is the policy on minimum requirements for teacher education qualifications. That is more applicable to those that are having diploma in grade R and those that are having higher certificate, NQF level 4, not at higher education but at a lower level in terms of the other bands. The other one is policy on minimum requirements for programs leading to qualifications in higher education for early childhood development. These are the new qualifications ever since 2017 that are under early childhood care education, ECCE. So that's the difference between the two. So there's an issue that we have been dealing with, especially with regard to grade R when you were marching, about whether you will be employed, whether the department created another issue of issuing a statement that this diploma is gonna be phased out. The only department that has got authority to do that is the Department of Higher Education and Training, because DBE doesn't have jurisdiction. And at that time, the statement was made without understanding that that diploma is in Mr. Tech, the first policy. Until such that is being repealed, it will still exist, and an announcement obviously will be made so that we don't create fear and challenges around that particular area. So as part of professionalization, look, teaching is a degree profession. And at the moment, you know, it's a matric plus 4 years to be registered. And in terms of your NQF, it's at NQF level 7. But we also know that we've got the majority of our practitioners that are not yet there, or they are at NQF level 7. And if they are to occupy grade R position, substantive positions like educators, it means you need NQF level 7 and not 6, because your diploma in grade R teaching is sitting at NQF level 6. And therefore, we are having discussions with the Education Labor Relations Council. We've got a task team on ECD that is dealing with this matter so that we don't just throw people away, but we have some period that we can give our colleagues to move, to go and capacitate themselves, upgrade, and do a whole lot of other things before we can say, Hokani, now we think we've given you enough time. It hasn't been concluded as yet, but the discussions are ensuing between SACE, DBE, and the Education Labor Relations Council. But I'm not seeing any objection to that particular issue that is being done. So you were talking about, now you are being told you must go to B.Ed. But I think you understand it. It's because for that particular substantive position of going into grade R and teaching and getting the benefits that you were talking about and everything, you must be at NQF level 7, and there are only 2 qualifications that two. It's your B.Ed foundation phase or B.Ed ECCE. You know the B.Ed ECCE again? This one you don't. Huh? I'm looking at the education conveners. They don't want to look at me in the eyes. They are trying to look like. Yeah, but that's the 2 options. Now, who was telling me about Educare earlier on? Tate Hlalele. Anyone who wants to have a imposed in a public school, even foundation phase, you can't, educate is not recognized. Ne? Let's be clear. Because that's where we are making a mistake of going and study, pay money with those service providers. It's not recognized. I don't know in the private centers, and I'm talking formal public schooling, so that you go and do the ECCE courses, like it has got NQF level 5, instead of going and do all those short courses of ECCE, of educare, so that we assist each other. But I think I said send me everything so that we can be able to look into it. Now there's an issue you raised again of articulation and recognition of prior learning. There are two policies that are either within, they are sitting between Council on Higher Education for accreditation issues, but there's also South African Qualifications Authority, SAQA, in terms of the NQF. In terms of the policy, if you want to move from diploma in grade R teaching and go into articulating into B.Ed and having credit accumulation transfer, you can only be credited a maximum of 180 credits. So that at least you can do your B.Ed for more or less 2 years or 2 and a bit. So that is an option that we are not exploring. And I know my colleagues from higher education, TUT, UNISA, EduTel, Nina, you're too difficult in terms of RPL and credit accumulation transfer. Can we relax and really relax our requirements and not be too difficult with our colleagues that have been in the sector for quite some time, but they just need that RPLing and all that. So please, let's talk. Now we've got MOUs with yourselves, and let's talk in terms of some of these issues so that we can deal with them. NQF level 5 is the one also that you can, I know many institutions, especially private ones, are using it for articulation into B.Ed. So you do higher education certificate, NQF level 5, 120 credits, you then articulate into your B.Ed. And they start with what? Second year of that, second, third? There are institutions that I've seen they are starting from second year, yeah. But anyway, that's the articulation route, the other one that we can take so that we can deal with NQF level 4, ECD, yes, it's recognized. However, we will be doing away with it in terms of our own professionalization, and because it's more equivalent to your matric, and from SACE we're dealing with NQF level 6 upwards in terms of the processes, but we'll communicate with the sector in terms of that. So yeah, I think that's what is important that we must know, and issues that the police clearances, all this, because it starts with SACE, it goes to, if you're foreign national, ECD. Now let me talk about foreign nationals in terms of this process, especially when we're dealing with the formal one. Remember, from the Department of Home Affairs, we've got a critical skills visa or critical skills list. ECD used to be there in the previous 5 years. It's no longer there now. So you can go and employ a non-South African on the basis of critical skills when you've got the majority of your South Africans who are qualified. So we need to be very clear with that one so that we understand some of these issues. So SAPS clearance, we know Department of Home Affairs have spoken about it. We are currently vetting against the Department of Justice as well, in terms of the National Sexual Offenders Register, but not yet with the Child Protection Register. But the negotiations are underway with the Department of Social Development so that we can deal with the fit to teach. Now, those that are running to China and other countries, you're gonna be needing letter of good professional standing. Just be careful, because if you are not in good standing, even if it's your fees, that letter won't be issued. So it's about continuing professional development, fees, conduct. There's a fourth one. I can't remember the fourth one. But let's just check that. So these are the steps. I don't need to go through them. The professional ethics, we're still discussing as to, but if you are part of the profession, we need to look into whether we need a separate code of professional ethics for the ECD sector, or do we continue with the existing one, or do we amend the existing one to accommodate some of the issues that are not in the current code that we have. Yeah. You see, the cases that I was talking about, in 3 months, there were 8 cases of rape reported at Western Cape schools. Among the victims were 2 infants. Regulation is very important to protect the children. And these are just the cases we have. Yeah, and all that. CPTD system already it has been sold to you this morning. I don't need to do it. I think Ms. Kochmeister, Councillor, did very well. And I want to say the pessimist complains about the wind that is currently happening in ECD sector, but the optimist expects it to change at some stage, because the leader adjusts what? The sails. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ella. Can I just ask that you remain just here for a second? Colleagues, any questions, comments, and anything that we need to speak about on the basis of the presentation that we just had? So I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, so many hands. Okay. That's 5 and then 6. I'll start with 1 just like that until number 6. But before number 1 speaks, just make sure, colleagues, that you have your cards on top of your table. Listen, can you please just help us to collect the cards for all the colleagues? Thank you. Yes. Number 1? Yes, you can go ahead.
Thank you. I have a question, particularly to the HEIs, in terms of the credits. They award 120 credits for a certificate, but 180 credits for a diploma. Yet it takes 3 years to do a diploma. And as and when your practitioners have completed the diploma, they take another 3 years to get a B.Ed. So I just want to understand, how is this calculated? Because a certificate takes only 1 year. Thank you.
Program director, you can give this next person the microphone. Colleagues, the hotel is saying that you did not check out. Can you please, the ones that did not check out, put your cards on top of your tables? It's late already. It's after 11, so that we can check out. Pleading.
Okay.
Good afternoon, good morning or afternoon, what is it? Morning. CEO, I've seen we've spent a lot of time here discussing standards, ethics and stuff. So I just wanted to know if the council is able to regulate the working conditions of educators and practitioners, that we have proper norms and standards. We can't expect to have ethics and standards in an environment where one teaches 70 learners or in a stressful environment. And what is clear is that the number of teachers, a lot of them are experiencing depression because of the pressures. Some are anxious, a lot of them are on leave as we speak. So what I wanted to know is that, is there a way in which the council regulates our working conditions so that it is easy for us to apply the ethics, norms and standards of the profession? Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Nora Malefo. I'm the principal of Nelmapias Extension 1 Primary School in Pretoria. CEO, thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. May you kindly touch on the issue of the refusal to renew the registration for the ECD educators, because we have received a lot of concerns that SACE is refusing to renew the license for the practitioners. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to talk because I do chair registrations, and one of the concerning things is we have to do fit to teach. And some of it can be as much as a teenager you shoplifted, or you have a drunken driving charge. And all these things have to be taken into account before professional registration is given. And we've had cases where students have committed things, even murder. And we actually cannot register. So I think there also needs to be a push and back at the institutions that the students are vetted, because sometimes you can study for 4 years and yet you can't be given professional status by SACE. And there's times you sit and you look at the crime, what has been committed, and it's actually quite stressful to say, yes, is this minor or is this major? Or you know, I beg the institutions, really, this needs to be there when you are busy with the education of moving forward in your profession. And even educators now with the extra vetting that's happening, it's really scary. Things that maybe happened 40 years ago are now coming up. Records are there, and educators are losing their jobs. So there's high standards that have to be kept. And because of the Child Act and all this, you can understand why SACE sometimes has to take decisions that you might think are unfair. But we are put together with legislation. Thank you.
Okay. I think I had two hands on the other side.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CEO, for your presentation. And my comment is also linked with, I think it was Mr. Andre. My comment is about the challenge that is faced by the Department of Education regarding the cases of misconduct. I'm not now just talking about the grade ECD or grade R practitioners. I'm now talking about even the newly appointed educators. Most of them, I think we once spoke about this when we met. Most of them are charged of misconduct in their very first year of practicing, which is very concerning. So I heard good things about professionalization, professionalism, regulations, and so on. So I'm excited to see that there's an MOU that has been signed, which may imply that, because I don't know the contents of the MOU, but for me it means our students will be able to get this information during their training years, instead of them getting it after training. Most of the principals charge them of misconduct because they accuse them of like rules don't exist in them, the way they talk, the way they address them. Some of the issues that were raised, you know, the generational gap that we have, where when they talk to the principal, they don't say sir or madam, that's the way we used to. They just say timer or dimamzo. Yeah. So those were some of the issues that were raised, to say, I'm serious, I'm talking to this young person, and then he or she's saying dimamzo instead of saying ma'am or timer. So those are the, so for us, that was the issue that was raised when I was taught as a teacher, to say how I should address my principal, how I should address the person or another colleague, and so on. So I'm happy that at least that will be, probably that will be addressed in the MOU. I've also experienced that, because when I go to school sometimes to do the school readiness, you greet there, you see a young teacher, dimamzo bakusizile. Yeah, so that's it. So thank you very much. That's my comment, to say maybe it's going to minimize a lot of misconduct cases in the sector. Thank you.
I think I had the last question, the last hand. It has gone down. Okay, thank you. Oh, there is the last one.
Greeting to everyone. First of all, we would like to thank SAS for organizing this colloquium. It's very important for especially us who are still young, for networking and socializing, and know what our artist is waiting for us as we're furthering our studies. Ma'am, you've spoken about something about an employer should not set the standard for a profession, if I'm not mistaken. Can you please elaborate for me there? And then last question, what initiatives are being implemented to support teacher well-being and their mental health? Thank you.
Just the last one this side, the CEO, and then we are done with the questions.
All right, thank you so much for the presentation. My question is around funding. So I've heard a number of teacher educators approaching us, requiring or asking about any funding opportunities that are there if they are willing to further their education. And in most cases, it's people that are above, 40. And most of our, our NRF funding that we are aware of, they don't fund people that are above 40. So are there any other funding opportunities that are there, and how can we access that information and share with educators that are interested in furthering their education? Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues, for the questions. I'll give the opportunity to the
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Teboho Mkholoboto. I'm the registration manager based at the Centurion office. with regards to challenges of non-renewal of ECD practitioners, know that SACE has got different registration categories, and those that are not professionally qualified are registered with different conditions. So if you do not meet the conditions that you were registered with when you return to update, we do not extend your registration up until those documents are being received. But most of the challenges with ECD practitioners, especially the level 4s, they were registered with a condition that when they come back, they must bring level 5. So most of them do not go back and do level 5-1. Those that, others, they started their diploma in grade R teaching with, majority of them was Northwest University. Then they went to a fly-by-night institution in Soshanguve to go complete their diploma in grade R teaching. The qualification, when it comes, you can see it has a ETDP CETA logo, SACE logo, and the department's logo. So we do advise them that unfortunately there is not an authentic qualification. So we are unable to assist them. And then the issue of the educare as well, CEO has mentioned it. They were registered with a condition that when they come, they must bring either a diploma in grade R teaching or a B.Ed, but none of them, they go back and do the qualification. Those are the challenges with regards to renewal. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Tebo. Do you understand why we say we are regulating and professionalizing the space? It's exactly this. We become a developmental counselor else and say, we're giving you 3 years, go and do. But when they come back, they want another Messi. And we are occupying somebody who's qualified position. So that's why we then say, tough luck, because we gave you time. Including those that are given time because they, look, I said to the department, don't come and dent the image of our profession. We can't have people who are having BSc, BCom, B something, and wanting, because they claim that they are the best math, science, and science teachers ever. Therefore, they must infiltrate, and I can repeat it, infiltrate our profession. When we've got more than 40,000 unemployed, qualified teachers. So we can't promote that. So that's one of the reasons why that is not happening. So Principal Nora, at least you have the response and you understand some of the reasons. Yeah, the comments, Research Director, we welcome them. You are correct. I was trying to look for the issue here, the teacher professionalization part that we have. Where is that? Just to show you what the implications are quickly. I hope it will do what I want. It's not there. Oh my I wonder why. Okay, we have a teacher professionalization path. Ne? It starts with when I say I want to become a teacher. It has been approved and we are implementing it. We are saying we can't be relying on the whole issue of having people that are just having AP, a score, and say they are good prospective teachers. And therefore, in addition to the AP score, you need something else. That would say, this one we can see. This one, this process is giving us. So that's what we are trying to work on. I know the universities are kicking and screaming a bit because they are looking at quantity issues in terms of intake of their students. But the other one is to say, number 2 is about professional teaching standards. So all we talked, surely you know Mr. Tech, policy on minimum requirements for teacher education. When it gets finalized, because it's being reviewed at the moment, higher education institutions know by now, it will have as mandatory, says professional teaching standards. You remember in the policy you've got what? Competencies for training the newly qualified teachers. So we're still checking whether, because I don't really understand why do you want to keep those competencies, because they are coming from norms and standards for educators that were repealed a long time ago. I never understood that one. At least me and Mr. S, we are on the same page on that one. Those 7, whatever, roles of educators, for heaven's sake, are we still doing that as universities? Okay, I'm happy my Orange University is not doing that. Thank you very much. So they will be replaced by the standards. The standard number 1 is talking to what? Ethical commitment. And that's where it will be compulsory then, so that when they qualify, we have 1 year mandatory induction. That particular process will assess as to whether these students, through induction, was able to grasp, or the learning outcomes or the graduate outputs are showing whether they've gone through that process. Again, part of the mandatory, 1 year mandatory induction, by the way, is part of the Strat plan, this 5 years Strat plan, you can see it must happen. Has professional teaching standards, has ethical standards, and all those kind of issues. So it's already there. And we were very clear that we'll then work with Council on Higher Education for accreditation purposes. Part of that accreditation purposes is saying, SACE will give universities HEIs before. It's not happening in the teaching profession, but it's happening in all other professions. You will have to get a letter that clears you from the profession perspective before you can even get into accreditation by the Council on Higher Education. So that's how we're tightening up that particular process. It's being covered, and I hope you find. Funding, unfortunately, we don't fund that, but I guess your skills development levy should be another source. Even with universities and all that, outside your NRF and also your Funza Lushaka and also your NSPAS. That's the only option that I know that you can deal with. SACE has got a mandate which is legislated. Ne? It has to provide for registration, Section 2 of the SACE Act and Section 5. Secondly, promote continuing professional development. Thirdly, set, maintain, and protect the standards, ethical and professional standards. Therefore, we don't know anything outside that. The rest, in terms of, we don't deal with norms and standards. Ne? Difference. Norms and standards are mostly used for finding purposes and ring fencing certain things so that they can deal with that. We deal with both ethical and professional standards. That's why we can't talk about anything else except what we are responsible for and have jurisdiction. However, we can advise. The Act is saying we can advise in as far as those are concerned. Fit to teach, Councillor Bowles is correct. There are many things that we are seeing, and I think those cases in one meeting, Councillor Bowles, were more than 100 and something. So that is why we're singing this song every day, so that we can deal with those. Church refusal to renew, we've dealt with it, Teboho addressed it. the norms and standards, it's HEI. The credits thing. My comrade from Lenesia. No, dear, I'm not Lenesia. They are the same branch. SAQA is the only authority of qualifications, not necessarily. Higher education institutions are issuing them. However, who defines which qualifications has what number of credits or notional learning hours is SAQA. Am I correct, HEIs? They can't get out of that scope. Otherwise, they won't be accredited. They won't be approved for registration by DHET. Mr. S is sitting on TPEC, Teacher Education Program Evaluation Committee, is the first one to say no. So, it was based on the notional learning hours, not direct, your notional. Remember, notional is direct, but it's also taking into account absolutely everything that you're doing in that qualification. But also remember on the NQF Act, for every level qualification, it says this qualification, this is the purpose, these are it's not criteria, I want the correct, the things that you will make that qualification more weighty than the other. It's your HEIs, please. So there is that particular criteria within SAQA. No, not credits, Credits are on the basis of that, then credits are awarded. It's the knowledge base. And it's also your, Mr. S, your knowledge, your PQM. Your PQM. That's the one that will define whether that qualification is worth 120. Why are you not asking why masters it's how much? It's 180. 180. Yes, it's NQF level 8, but it's 180. Even your PhD, it's not 480. So, do you understand? It's not about whether you went there for 1 year or 2 or whatever. It has to do with that particular process that they go through in terms of defining each and every qualification. That is why we can take this one, mix with this one for credit accumulation transfer process, but it's another thing. Even if you want to do it, it's another process. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So if you still have some questions or some comments, we can continue this conversation maybe during lunch. It's fine. You're more than welcome to do that. Can I just continue with the program? There are 4 colleagues from the ECD that I would like to call to come and join me here in front. Do you colleagues know yourselves? Oh, you do? Please come and join me on the stage. As they come, can someone just help us to sing a preschool rhyme?
I want to eat apples and bananas. I want to eat apples and banana. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, stamp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, stamp your feet. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show. If you're happy and you know it, stamp your feet. Row, row, row the boat gently down the stream.
Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Row, row, row the boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Row, row, row the boat gently down the stream. If you see a crocodile, don't forget to scream.
Thank you so much, colleagues. So we are just going to reflect on some of the best practices in the ECD. So these colleagues are just going to share some of those insights. Colleagues, just have 5 minutes each. Can we please just try and do that? Who's going to?
Good afternoon, everyone. Like my colleague Nhlanhla said, it's an honor to be part of this forum. It's really an honor. We feel appreciated, we feel we are noticed. So thank you so much for the invite. The time that we were given, it's not fair because grade arts have so much to share. I'm going to make you aware that really in grade R, all we do, we play, but we are learning at the same time. Can I please have 6 volunteers here? Please. I'm going to pick you if you don't come. So, you're looking the other way. Sorry. Yep. So now we are in numeracy class, okay? We're going to learn numbers. Okay, do you know how to count? Okay, let's start here. Count. No, you tried, well done, well tried. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 7. So we are going to hold hands because we're learning about number 5. We'll be doing activity that helps learners to know how to count. I know this space is very small, but we are going to try. Let's try to close the circle. Come closer. And then we're all gonna go this way. You're going to sing with me, okay? So, following each other, face them, all of you. And then you're going to follow each other, yes. So, mi, re, do, so, la, ti, do. Do, re, do, so, mi, re, do, so, do. So, mi, re, do, so, la, ti, do. Do, re, do, so, mi, re, do, so, do. When I say 3, you must group yourself in 3. Okay. And then if you are more than 3, you must solve the problem. If I say 2, you group yourself into 2. If you are more than 2, you solve that problem. I don't know how. Did we get it? So, mi, re, do, so, la, ti, do. Do, re, do, so, mi, re, do, so, do. So, mi, re, do, so, la, ti, do. Active. Do, re, do, so, mi, re, do, so, do. 4. Can I count? 1, 2, 3, 4. Well done. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well done. The last one. So, mi, re, do, so, la, ti, do. Do, re, do, so, mi, re, do, so, do. So, mi, re, do, so, la, ti, do. Do, re, do, so, mi, re, do, so, do. 5. But
But there must be one of you here who is very talkative, knows how to count. You need to push us out and say, no, but we are 5.
Okay. No,
Move away. No, teacher's pushing me. Teacher's pushing. What do you do in this situation? You tell them, you need to solve the problem. But there will be that one who will be like, how do you deal with that? It's a game. Before we start the game, we'll be telling them there are rules in the game. If you did not win the game, there's always a next time. But this is helping. We wanted 5, but we were more than 5. Let's say I come in, you count.
1, 2, 3.
But we want 5. What are we going to do? What does it mean? 6 take away 1 is 5. Give them a clap. They were very good. Thank you. That's what we do. While I am busy doing this lesson, I need to have my book, where I have my observation book to say, okay, she didn't get it. She was not counting. She counted very fast by herself. She didn't count everyone. That's when our rubrics comes. Someone was saying we do assessments, they don't understand. Grade R's, we really work very hard. But it is play-based. You can see us playing in the sandpit, building those sandcastles. You're like, grade R teachers are lazy. We are not lazy. It is hard work. And that takes, if you don't have that love, if you don't have the love for teaching, and if you, where is she? It's you. She went first day for practicals with high heels. You'll hate to teach. But when you go there with that mentality, I need to take myself down. I must be on their level. Even when they don't know, you are there to help. Give them love. Make them to have that safe space in your class. I don't know if I took 5 minutes or more, but thank you very much.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Tembile Mjali. I'm from Eguruleni South District. I work at Laerskool Alsbeck. As my colleague already did the maths, what I just wanted to add, when we're teaching maths in the classroom, most parents would come to you on the first day. They'll be like, okay, my child can count, they can do this, they can do that. But the only thing that they know is root counting, which does not matter in grade R. The important thing is to know the number sense. That is whereby it plays a huge role because it's number relationships. They are able to know the quantity and the symbol. So they know that when we use concrete materials to represent a certain number, so we are reinforcing the number sense onto them. So you don't just count and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It doesn't work like that. When you say 1, you need to show me 1. Then when I ask you to draw me number 1, you draw the symbol number 1, you draw a picture for number 1 to represent. So what I'll also just add in terms of the home language, when we're teaching in grade R, with the home language, the most problem that we have is with the accurate pronunciation of sounds. When we pronounce sounds, if you're not working in grade R, you're gonna say, write me OR. OR is not a phonic or a sound in grade R. When we say R, we need to say R. And then before we're gonna write or practice writing the sound, then I'm gonna stand in my class and say, okay, class, let's write sound R. Then I'm gonna tell them, we start up, you go down, you go back up, you make a hook. That thing is going to stay there so that whenever you tell them, sound R is written like this, they know because they'll be able to sing it. When they are writing, you'll hear them saying, you start up, you go down and then you go back up, you make a hook. But also another thing that we need to know, when laying a foundation in grade R, we don't have to focus on all of the sounds. It's only 12 foundational phonic sounds that are taught in grade R. When you look at the home language improvement book, it repeats the sounds because it's only 12 foundational sounds, which is sound R, M, T, P, F for apple, S for snake, N for nose, H for house, E for egg, K for king, D for dog, G for goose, and F for fairy. Those are the foundational sounds that are going to help them build words when they're in grade 1 or even grade 2 and 3, and it also develops reading skills. So if we focus on those sounds, then the children are going to be able to succeed and be able to read. Because in grade R, what we do, we focus on reading through pictures and sequencing. But when we align that with the correct pronunciation of sounds, and then I feel like we can work hand in hand. And the work that we do in grade R, we have to think about the expectations for grade 1. So we mustn't teach them something that they're not going to do in grade 1. So I feel like whenever we've got a problem with pronunciation in foundation phase, they need to come back to grade R teachers, because it's only us who can lay that foundation. And I'll just go to a little bit of our challenges. With us, I don't know if the department can implement capacity building workshops for HODs and the management. It's a little bit of confusion when they come, because they expect us to present timetables, whereas we work with daily programs. So I feel like they need to be upskilled so that they can know what is expected in a grade R classroom. And when they are doing their book control, they'll say, no, your books are so dirty. Remember, we are learning through play. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Nomasonto Sikonde. I'll be presenting on 0 to 4, from birth to 4 years, and then I'll be talking about the National Curriculum Framework, including the activities that goes with the 6 elders that we find in the National Curriculum Framework. So there are 6 elders in the learning development in the NCF. So what are those learning developmental areas? The first one is the well-being of a child. What are we doing during that period of 0 to 4? We're looking at the well-being of the child, whether the child's appetite, the child's weight, the holistic well-being of a child, because we're dealing with the holistic development of the child. When we deal with domain, we talk about the holistic development of the child. Okay. Then we're looking at the next areas, the elder number 2, identity and belonging. So every child in the ECD, there's a song that says, my name is Sonto, I go to future heroes, nobody touch me, nobody hug me. So it's sort of like, it's an identity. They know where they come from, they know their names. Normally we give them an activity like they can draw a person. So they need to name this person. Who is this person? How old is this person? What this person like? And in future, where does this person wants to end? So where do they come from? Which country do they belong? Nationality comes in there. So basically identity and belonging is very crucial. Identity and belonging, like every child
needs people around. We all come from a community where social beings are important. So every child belongs to a family. In psychology, they call the significance of others. Every child needs a mother, an auntie, a gogo, so it is important that they can identify themselves with those role models. And children, they learn from an adult. They copy what you say. Like they can copy your actions, the way you do things. That's how they learn. They learn through the copying. So basically, that's what we do. And then we also, communication. So let's look at other area, which is the elder number 3, which is communication. Language is very, very, very important. And that we've just had one of our colleagues there. She was talking about the phonic sounds that we do. You know, in the 0 to 4, we take only one sound. We can make a rhyme with that sound. We can make a riddle with that sound. Just one sound, b, k, d, whatever sound. We start introducing those in the early age. They can make a rhyme using the same sound that we have introduced for the week. And then they can do show and tell. They still do show and tell during the communication. They can come, draw a person, come and stand in front of the person, in front of the class and say, this is me, my name is this. Or they can talk about the theme that they are doing, their family. They can bring the picture of their family inside the classroom. And everybody will know and see those pictures. And then we also look at the elder number 4, which is maths. Maths is very critical, very important. So what do? We do counting. So children, they can count backwards and forward, and they can sort things according to shape, according to colors, according to sizes. So they do a lot of things in terms of sorting and counting. And then they can also do capacity. They know the volume. They know the sphere. The children, they know the sphere. They can take a measurement and measure by walking in steps, just from here and there to there. That's the sphere. They'll already know this classroom. It's how many steps from going that side, how many on the left, how many on the side. They even know the shape. A classroom is a square, and a square has equal sides. That is maths. And they will know, children, how to do graphs. Let's say I have 6 apples, 12 oranges, and then they can color according to the number of things. That is, it's graphs. So there is a lot that they do, the children. So they can also learn colors, numbers. Number one, where are you? Here am I, and how do you do? Number two, where are you? It's language. There's an integration of language and activities. So basically, they are learning a lot of things when they are at school. So it doesn't mean when they are at class, they just sleep, eat, and go and play. They're still learning. They can still trace. There's an activity that they can do. They can do a collage of number 1. They can do a lot of things based on what they are doing. So there is a lot that the children are doing. So creativity. Remember, children, they go through emotional challenges, separation anxiety from their caregivers. So there is a lot that they can do creative art. So they draw me your family. And then you ask a child, who is this one? A child can interpret and say, this is my mom, this is my dad. What are they doing? So you write down everything that a child says about that picture. And it also helps them to unleash what is inside. Some of them, they are going through problems. Mommy and daddy are fighting at home. They will come and tell you during that creative art. So it is important that we do all these activities with our learners. Knowledge and understanding of the world. So here we do science. There's science here. We do geography here. We do history. Like history, they can talk about their families, their extended family. That's a history. Okay. And then geography. They learn the land. You can bring a sand in the classroom and sand. Sand represents land. You can bring blue water. Blue water to represent there is a sea. And then you can bring an empty container. It's an air. There is absolutely nothing. That's geography. So they already know the basic things when they are in the ECD. So that is And you can also read stories about different countries, the cultures, the food that they eat. So basically, they are learning a lot when they are in grade R. When you talk about science, they go outside. You're talking about insects. It's our theme this week. Let's go outside. Let's go and hunt for all these animals. They go outside. They hunt for spiders. They come inside the classroom. This is the spider. Let's count how many legs does it have, how many body parts, so they know that. So basically, there is a lot that we do at the grade, the 0 to 4 curriculum. So what are the challenges of the ECD practitioners? Limited access to high quality professional development. We have that. That's a challenge that needs to be addressed. Unpaid. The practitioners, they don't value them. They don't value them. You know, they get little salary, low salary. I think the highest could be 2,000, 5,000. It depends on the school. There are those that getting 800 rand. I work with them every day. That's a pain. Sometimes you have to go dig into your pocket and give them money for transport. So that's a pain. Lack of understanding of home learning important. Some parents may not recognize the value of the involvement in the child's education. They don't understand the value. Why must we value? Why must we come to school? So parents, they need to be capacitated. With these elders that I spoke about, these 6 elders, they need to know we are learning through play. You know, we can lie down here and we can form a circle with our bodies. We can form a square with our bodies. That's how children learn. They learn through play. So parents, they lack that. And then they want children to come home clean. You know, why my child clothes are so dirty. You know, so we also experience those challenges. So those are the challenges that we are experiencing. Oh, these are developmental. Whatever activities that we do, they go throughout the developmental 18 months, that's the beginning, 18 to 36 months, that is the moving on development. It means they are moving on. 3 to 4 years, it's an advancing further. It means they are advancing in terms of the development. So there is progression. In terms of when you give activities based on the progression. And the last developmental stage is towards grade R. So basically, children are developing. Okay, another, yes, and then as we develop those skills, parents, they expect more for the babies. Remember, the babies are still young. So they are still learning the language, they're still learning a lot of things. So all you have to do, baby language, when you change a nappy, you speak to a child, okay, my baby, I'm changing a nappy, I'm wiping you. A child is learning. That's how they learn, you know, and that's how they respond. When you feed them, today I'm feeding a porridge with what, or I'm feeding potato, mashed potato, whatever that the child is eating. A caregiver or a teacher must speak because that's where language is being developed, you know. And then you can make creative art, you can make a jelly, a messy activity. You put jelly biscuit inside the jelly, and the child will go and dig into the biscuit, eat the jelly with the biscuit. That's a creative, it's a creative activity. The children, they can learn through that. So also, we also have cultural language differences. Communication barriers arises when families speak different languages or they have varied cultural expectation regarding early learning. So there is an expectation from the parent as well. And then anxiety. Some parents, some practitioners, they don't know how to deal with learners who are experiencing anxiety. So babies, from babies, small babies, they do have anxiety. Could be a separation anxiety from the caregiver or the mother. That is, so, and some of them, they're very much attached to their parents or caregivers. So the practitioners, they don't know how to handle those challenges. And then conflict management. Right now we are experiencing with challenges in the whole world. Children are fighting, they don't know how to solve a conflict. But in the ECD, we teach them, if they're fighting over one limited resource, you okay, why are you fighting? You need to hear both sides of the story. And then you need to hear from each of them, what can we do with this? Now we have one toy. What are we going to do with it? Must I take it away or must I hide it? What must I do with it? They will all say, I think so and so must start, and then I can play. So they learn to resolve their own conflict without you, and you can time them. Now it's Spusisos tend to play with the toy. Okay, you use a timer with a sand. It will cut, once the sand goes down, now it means your turn is over, somebody else must take over that toy. So basically we are teaching them. So parents, practitioners, they are also lacking that skill to resolve a conflict. I think autism, children with autism, we have low, middle, and high. So practitioners are struggling to deal with learners with autism. Infrastructure, we know that the Department of Education doesn't fund for infrastructure, but most of the ECD practitioners, those who are starting the business, they are struggling to get their business and also to get their business registered or having a substandard performance. And then overcrowding is another issue that we are faced with. Okay. Okay. Okay, the recommendation. Okay, the recommendation. Early identification is important. Referral procedures is very important. Train more practitioners on in NQF and then also RPL recognition. Team building to boost the morale of the teachers because they are overstressed. In conclusion, the future is in our hands. The future is in theirs. It takes the village to raise a child. I end.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is ECD for you. And I do agree, 5 minutes is very problematic, especially if you are talking to grade R and ECD practitioners. Well, I'm not going to dwell much. I don't even have a slide because my colleagues have covered everything that we are doing in grade R and in ECD. But the most important thing that we need to do as practitioners is that we need to give justice, to do justice to the vision of Gauteng. We are saying every learner needs to feel valued and inspired by the innovative education system. Innovation. That is why I have tried my best in my classroom to develop a blended teaching strategy that integrates or that puts together the traditional teaching instruction that we are doing, Bomoroba Choko, and technology and innovation in the classroom. That is why I have fully implemented in our curriculum and in our school coding and robotics. And that is very much helpful in the classrooms. We have heard our colleagues here. The main thing that they were explaining to us is that our curriculum is integrated. We don't have English as standalone, Kapasisuto as standalone, maths and then life skills and then coding and robotics. Everything is integrated into one. So with a coding and robotics activity, I can integrate language. We give out the colleagues that I was training with SADU for the coding for baseline assessment. I was training them on algorithms. What are algorithms? Breaking down a huge problem and making simple instructions for a child to solve that problem. So with coding terms, with the coding and robotics, we are able to build vocabulary. Let's try it. Stand up. Stand behind your chair. Push your chair in. I have provided an algorithm and I am already assessing whether the child is able to take an instruction and act on it. Again, now we are also going to listen to something. We want to see if we can identify patterns. Not only patterning like we are doing circle, square, circle, square. No, we need to identify patterns in movement. We need to identify patterns in a song. I don't know if it can be projected here. We are going to dance. That is performing arts. Let's follow the instructions.
Hey everybody, let's do the tootie-ta.
Go.
A tootie-ta, a tootie-ta.
And we sing with the song so that we are building our vocabulary. Thumbs up.
Thumbs up. A tootie-ta, a tootie-ta, a tootie-ta-ta.
A tootie-ta, a tootie-ta, a
tootie-ta-ta.
Let's hear thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Elbows back.
Elbows back. A tootie-ta, a tootie-ta, a tootie-ta-ta. A tootie-ta, a tootie-ta, a tootie-ta-ta.
And thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Elbows back.
Elbows back.
Feet apart.
Feet apart.
Go.
A tootie-ta, a tootie-ta, a tootie-ta-ta. A tootie-ta, a tootie-ta, a tootie-ta-ta.
Now let's hear everyone sing.
Thumbs up. Thumbs up.
Elbows back.
Elbows back.
Feet apart.
Feet apart.
Knees together. Go.
A tootie-ta, a tootie-ta, a tootie-ta-ta. A tootie-ta, a tootie-ta, a tootie-ta-ta.
Here's another one.
Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Elbows back. Elbows back. Feet apart. Feet apart. Knees together. Knees together.
Bottoms up.
Bottoms up.
And say.
A tootie-ta, a tootie-ta, a tootie-ta-ta. A tootie-ta, a tootie-ta, a tootie-ta-ta.
Last one.
Thumbs up. Thumbs up.
Elbows back.
Elbows back.
Feet apart.
Feet apart.
Knees together.
Knees together.
Bottoms up.
Bottoms up.
Tongue out.
Tongue out.
And say.
A tootie-ta, a tootie-ta, a tootie-ta-ta. A tootie-ta, a tootie-ta, a tootie-ta-ta. Thumbs up.
Thank you. Now, wonderful audience I see. Now, I need you to tell me now, will a grade R child cry in the morning when they have to come to school? No. We are breeding, number one, the love for education. We are making early childhood education fashionable. There, we were learning about our body parts. We have thumbs, we have elbows, we have knees, we have our bottoms and our tongues. We are like beginning knowledge in life skills. We are following instructions. And there was a pattern. I don't know if we identified a pattern in the song. That is where the learners are able to recognize patterns. And all that, we do it in an interactive manner in the classroom. We can also integrate 6 bricks in all of those lessons. Let's see if we can balance a block on our heads while we are doing the turita. We are already doing balancing for 6 bricks. So all of those things, we are able to integrate them into one activity. And then we are crying, they are giving us a lot of work. But it's not. Let's just bring back play into the classroom, and we are going to build a solid foundation for our learners. Thank you very much.
Wow. That was so great. That was really great. I don't have any word to say, otherwise I will mess up whatever that they did. Can we just give them another big round of applause? Thank you so much, colleagues, for that. Can I just take, if there is any hand? Just 2 hands only. Just inputs and comments on what has been done here. 30 seconds. So I have 2 hands this side. Can I just start with you?
Good day, colleagues. My name is Sana Sema. I'm very much impressed of what our colleagues has done. But then there's a challenge because they were there all of them, they were presenting in English and their African languages. And in our books, there will be the policy documents.
They will be giving you example of activities to do. And as they give you example of activities to do, especially in story time, they'll be also saying, you need to, because when we do story through a song. And they will be like prescribing a song to say, in a story, let me say for an example, there's a story that we just do in the past that says, Mamuritana. Mamuritana is Goldilocks. Ne? And then in the story there's a song that you need to sing for them as you introduce the story for Goldilocks. Then they'll be saying to you, sing the song in the tune of Malsbury tune. In Setswana, where do we get that tune of Mulberry song? That's why it becomes difficult, because as in when you try to integrate that song in your own tune, sometimes it doesn't make sense, because the learners, they'll be looking at you and say, but ma'am, already, and you need to try hard to do that. Maybe even if when they send the CDs, because those policy documents, they will be sent the CDs, let them consider languages, African languages, because sometimes it's difficult, as they say, CAPS doesn't even allow code switching, then it becomes a lot of frustration. Let them send those songs again in Setswana, and then also those songs again in every African language, so that they should make sense to these learners and makes our life easier. As when we dance with them, we need to dance with them, understanding ourselves what we're saying. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, no, thanks, my brother. Just in addition to what Mama has just said, can we kindly have the video of the Tudita? I think all of us, we need that video so that we can use it to unwind whenever we are in our place, in our homes and things like that. That's the only thing that I just wanted to add after Mama. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. I see that there are still some hands. Can I take you guys after lunch? Just keep those comments down. I will take them after lunch. I think it seems we have so many program directors now. Colleagues, can we be in one session? Thank you. So I think the colleagues of the ECD have laid a good ground for what is coming next. Can I please just ask the director for ECD in Gauteng to speak about the ECD, the status of ECD and grade R in the GDE. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Maybe let me start by a disclaimer. I'm not the director for ECD. I'm the deputy director for ECD. So I'm here representing the director for ECD, and that is part of my job. When the director is not there, then I represent the director. So you remember the deputy. Yes. And fortunately, when I went for interviews some years ago, that was one of the issues that we discussed, to say, as a CES, we know the CES, ne? As a CES, do you know what is your duty in relation to your director? So I remember that all the time. Okay. Colleagues, I'm just going to, I think this is what we do as ECD, ne? We have, that is the evidence, CEO. So I'm just going to give us an overview of what happens in the ECD directorate. Since we took ECD in 2022 from the social development. But remember that as much as we're taking ECD from a social development, we already were doing ECD in the form of grade R as education. So I'm just going to give you an overview of that. Okay, so that will be the focus of the presentation. For the sake of time, I'm just going to go through the presentation without going back to that one. We saw that we play, we learn, we grow together as ECD. Ne? Now, when we took ECD in 2022, April the 1st, we had to take ECD from social development and take the function as is. So we took ECD and then we're implementing it the way it was implemented in social development. That is the part of the birth to 4 years. And whilst we are continuing with our grade R function. So we received the function together with, we were supposed to get 174 social work professionals because those are the ones that are we're implementing ECD in social development. However, we received, I think, just above 100 warm bodies and the other posts were vacant posts. So we had to fill in those posts with social work professionals. In 2023-24, it was a transitional period for us because as education, we had to learn about what happens in ECD. Remember that ours is for education is the South African Schools Act. That is where we are operating from. Now we had to go deeper in the South African Children's Act, which regulates the birth to 4 years children. So we had to, occupy that space and make sure that in education, it's not only the ECD directorate that deals with ECD, but everyone, every branch in education has to deal with ECD because there is an issue of infrastructure, there's issue of data, there's issue of, a whole lot of things. And yet it came into a directorate, which is the curriculum directorate. So we had to deal with that issue and also to ensure that in our district, even though there was nothing, no human resource that went to the district, we still have to implement that ECD. And then in 2024-25, we started with provision of early learning support resources. We were doing that because before that, we were doing that for grade R, providing resources for grade R because it was within the regulation. Now that pre-grade R came to us, and CEO, there's many names that you are calling this. There's birth to 4, and it's pre-grade R, and all that thing. We are trying to find our space and find which is the correct terminology for that. So we started providing, as soon as we received the birth to 4 years space, we started providing early learning support resources because our main issue, the reason why ECD came to education is so that we can have that early learning stimulation. Because social development was dealing with care, basically. So right now we are combining both care and access care and early learning and stimulation. And 2025-2026, we are busy with Banapile mass registration. That is providing access for birth to 4 years. We had a pilot that started with in Gauteng last year, where we have registration of ECD centers using a system called eCares. So we know that in that system is going to help us have the data, have the information online, other than what social development was doing, which was paper-based. So that Banapile registration drive is going on now. And the purpose of that is to call on all the ECD centers that are existent in the province and also country-wise to come through so that we know where they are. Because there's lots of ECD centers in the province and yet we don't know where they are because they are not registered. And when they are not registered, it means they are not compliant, and that is where you have children getting into problems where children are dying because they are in areas or in infrastructure that is not safe for them. So there are 3 areas that we deal with, that we focus on in ECD. The first one is access and care, like I indicated, so we deal with registration and funding in that domain. We register the ECD centers that are providing birth to 4 years based on that legislation, the Children's Act, and then also registration of grade R, ensuring that every school in Gauteng has a grade R class, or they have grade R classes that are equivalent to your grade 1. So we register them, and then we encourage all the schools to have grade R, but we still have about 54 schools in Gauteng that do not have grade R. But basically because of different reasons. Some of them is infrastructure, others are, the space, they don't have space there. So the second domain is the early learning and stimulation, what you saw now here. That is what we focus on. The National Curriculum Framework is a framework, it's kind of a curriculum for the birth to 4 years. And then we also have the CAPS. We know that grade R has always been part of the foundation facing CAPS, even though grade R was not formalized. We also have the third domain, which is the coordination of services. So ECD, we say it is everyone's business. It's not only education, not only social development, we have Department of Health, we have Department of Justice. All the government departments have a stake in the child. So all those government departments, whatever they are doing, education needs to coordinate that, bring them together in one place to report on what they are doing in the different areas, so that when children do not have IDs, then we are able to speak to the Department of Home Affairs to say, in that space, in that corner there, we have a lot of children that do not have IDs, they do not have a birth certificate and stuff. So we also ensure that internally in the department, every directorate in the department, your schools and the like, they know what is happening in ECD. So I think this one, Andre spoke about this. There are different ECD modalities. The ECD programs are privately owned. They are owned by NGOs and NPOs. We do not, as government, have ECDs. So what we do, government provides subsidies for children. We support the ECDs that are there through subsidies, through provisioning of resources, training, and so forth. So we have ECDs that are center-based, the ones that we call creches or early learning centers. And then we also have ECDs that are non-center-based. Your play groups, the day mothers, the mobile ECD programs, all those need to be registered so that we know where they are, and then we can support them and fund them if they need to be funded. We are dealing with children from birth to 3 years, and these children most of the time are found in the homes. There are ECDs that are in the backyards, in the homes, or in the ECD centers. And then we also have ECD that is in the schools or in the ECD centers. So those ECDs that are providing grade R, they are providing that based on the norms and standards for the provision of grade R, because when grade R started, we did not have enough infrastructure to cover all the grade Rs in the schools, and I think the principals will bear that one. So we made sure that the ECD centers that are around the schools can provide ECD grade R, so that we support them. And with the BELA now, I think we need to ensure that every child starts in grade R. So this is the scope and scale of ECD sector in Gauteng. We have in the early learning programs or the ECD centers or the creches, we have 223,303 children. These are the children that we know, and these are the children in ECD centers that are registered. So there are still those that we do not know that are in unregistered ECD centers. We have 120,000 grade R learners in our schools, and then we have 71,000 grade R learners in early learning programs. We have 1,413 schools in Gauteng that have grade R, that are offering grade R in different languages. We have covered 9 or 10 official languages in Gauteng. The 10th language being the sign language. And then we have 2,900 ECDs that are registered. And we will see as we move on how many ECDs we have in Gauteng. And the number of practitioners that we have is 4,296 for grade R. And then the 9,000 that are in early learning centers, 9,780, they cover both best to 4 years and also grade R in the ECD centers. So all in all, we deal with about 14,076 practitioners. So what then? Now, I think we spoke earlier on about the ECD survey that was conducted in 2021, and the report from that survey indicated that in Gauteng we have about over 10,300 ECD programs. So that is ECD center by ECD center as they were counted. But in all that 10,300, only 2,900 are registered, meaning that all the others, that difference there, they are there, they are existent, but they are not registered. And if they are not registered, then it means they cannot be supported because we don't know where they are. Also, the very same census indicated that in the early learning programs that were visited, that we found these 2,900, the learners that are there were also assessed in terms of their thriving by 5. Are they developing at the correct level so that when they start grade R, they are at the level where they are supposed to be? And the finding was that 56% of those learners are not on track in terms of gross motor development. And we know that children must play, of all the things they need to be developing their physics, their bodies and the like, so that they can learn, they can concentrate. But 56% of those are not. And in terms of fine motor coordination and visual motor integration, that helps them in terms of learning to write, understanding, copying from the board and the like. We found that 64% of them are not on track. And then early numeracy and mathematics, I think that one we understand better, 63% of them are barking at the number 1, 2, 3, 4 without understanding what that means. Okay? And then cognition, understanding, and executive function, your problem solving, the problem solving that we're doing there, 50% of them are not on track with that one. And emergent literacy and language, the communication, our children know the ATA, sharp and the like, but they cannot communicate well. They don't understand well that language that they are supposed to use to learn, because there is no sharp in learning in our books. So that is a challenge that we have. So that is a breakdown. I won't go through that. That is a breakdown of those that are on track on those domains that I was talking about, and the ones that are falling behind. And the one on the red means that by the time they come to grade R, you have to go back. And as you go back, the time is moving. By the time they go to grade 3, they are still at the level of grade R. Because you must work back, you must pull them from behind. And that's why when they get to grade 12, we are still pulling them from grade 4 level. So that is the challenge that we have. Okay, so in response to this, as ECD, the ECD Directorate developed 8 strategic pillars. The pillars we're looking at, the first one, the universalization of grade R, making sure that every grade R, every school has grade R in terms of access, and also the quality what is being taught in a grade R class is not a babysitting. We are not sleeping and doing funny stuff. We are doing what the colleagues were doing here. And then pillar 2 is the preparation of introduction of 2 years prior to grade 1. The Bella Act, we'll still talk about the Bella Act. As CEO, I think Mr. Ndlebe needs to understand that on the ground here, it's Bella, and that is what we understand, because there is a lot of our colleagues who don't even understand what that means, so we'll continue to talk about it. So the Bella Act has already spoken about, it already addresses grade R, ne? But there is still grade RR that we need to also start addressing. So for me, I think, I know we have done a lot for grade R, and now we need to start focusing as ECD, focusing on grade RR and the birth to 2 years. Pillar 3 is universalized access to birth to 4 years. ECD programs, I spoke about access in the terms of registration, and then the care for those learners. Once they are in those ECD centers, they need to be cared for in a intensive way, and the quality is what Mem was talking about, that they do not just sleep, wake up and eat. There must be quality stimulation that happens in that area. And then the pillar 4 is the human resource development for ECD workforce. I think the CEO spoke about that human resource strategy that is being developed. That is the domain of the national office. And pillar 5 is the infrastructure capabilities, like I indicated. The government does not have ECD centers, but we do have ECD centers that were built by municipalities. So we look at those ECD centers and also ensure that the other ones that are in private domain, they also meet the standard that is required, the minimum standard required for provision of learning in that space. The pillar 6 is ECD funding. We have the equitable share, a budget that is provided for that, and then we also have a conditional grant to assist the ECDs in funding them with their nutrition, and then even with it's a little amount, but it goes a long way, because it provides a minimum of what the ECDs can have. So ECDs, after registration, they need to apply for that funding. And then based on their situation, the pro-poor approach, then there are ECDs that will be provided with the budget. It's not everyone who gets the budget, because the budget is limited. So it will be those that are poor that will get that budget most of the time. Pillar 7 is data, monitoring and evaluation, planning and reporting. We know that is very, very important for us to know who we are dealing with, what is happening there, and once ECDs are provided with funding, including grade R, because there is a fund that goes to schools for grade R. So we need to monitor that and ensure that the budget is utilized for the correct, for grade R or for pre-grade R, and for the correct provision that is needed. Pillar 8, I spoke about that, the overall coordination of the ECD structures. Now, this is what ECD has done up to now. Some of the things I've spoken about already: increasing access for grade R, and I indicated learning space is a challenge. Ne? All this time, whenever there is admission, your grade R will take precedence, and then schools will close the grade R class in order to make way for grade 1. So we are happy with the Bella Act, because grade R is now in the house. So we are going to be, grade R is going to be prioritized. And then the funding for grade R, there is funding for, what's this, LTSM, So the schools know that there is funding, and some practitioners don't know there is funding that goes to the schools for grade R. There's funding for LTSM. There's funding that needs to assist them with traveling to capacity building spaces. We have grade Rs that have been converted to post-level 1 teachers, and I must indicate that that is not a process, a national process, that is a provincial process. And the reason why that was done is so that you can motivate the grade R teachers to say, you are studying, and we are providing, the department is providing bursaries for these practitioners. And so that after qualifying and they have their B.Ed, they do not move to grade 1, 2, 3. Because the budget that qualifies them is the budget for ECD, and the budget that continues to pay their salaries is the budget for ECD. So if you take a grade R teacher and you take them to grade 3 and they teach them, it means you are saying ECD you must pay for grade 3, which is not right. Okay, grade R readiness verification, this happens every quarter, where we try to find out, because we cannot reach every school all the time. We are trying to find out what are the needs of the school. Sometimes we get that information, but the action is very slow, because it will be issues of infrastructure, issues of training and stuff. And the phasing out of the diploma in grade R teaching, I won't even go into that. I think the CEO has spoken about that. There is a body that is responsible for that. So we are just saying to our grade R practitioners, for those of you who have been trying to study since we started with the bursary in 2015, and you have not, progressed to anything, just make sure that you progress, and then you can have a qualification before that window closes. Okay, the next one is the CAPS curriculum. We know about the CAPS curriculum. We have 3 subjects in grade R, and then we are going to add the fourth subject, which is coding and robotics, just like any other one. And then we have the grade R mathematics and home language improvement program, which is a program that was developed by the department to assist the teachers with their pedagogy. Because remember that some of the practitioners are not qualified, so we need to assist them with pedagogy. Even the ones that are qualified, they come to the schools, and then you still have to teach them how to teach and those things. And then we had your assessment practices, because there is assessment in grade R. Even though it is informal, but you need to know how to assess. Early identification of barriers to learning is a focus, is a very, very important, so that when we catch them, when they are still young, we will be able to address their challenges. There's a provision of resources, and I must say, in all the schools, I think the most resourced classroom in the primary school is the grade R class. Some of the schools even have more resources than they require, so we have that. We also have coding and robotics resources that were provided. Capacity building, we have that grade R maths and home language improvement program. That was a just-in-time training, month-by-month training. I must say I commend the grade R teachers. For those in the public schools in 2022-2023, the whole 2 years, month by month, they were going for training. And that is a lot. And at the same time, they were busy with their qualifications, some of them. So it is really commended. And those other training, I want to touch on the foundation phase departmental heads. We had a program for them. But with the HODs, it's our teachers, grade 1, 2, 3 teachers. And they can only come to the training when they feel it's a need for them. So we went with that program, and then we had to stop it because we were no more getting anyone who needed that training. But that was, and play-based learning, that continues. We have that program for that. So the pillar 2, that is the early learning, I spoke about that, access and care for birth to 4, capacity building, we focus on NPF level 4 for the pre-grade R, because we feel that most of them do not have that kind of level of qualification. So that is what we focus on, that is what we are funding as ECD. And then we also focus on the elevated priorities, which is the ECD sports. It has started. If your school, you are a principal, deputy principal, and there's no ECD sports in your school for ECD and for foundation phase, you need to find out what is happening there. And then we also deal with ECDs. We provide ECDs in the hostels. For grade R, human resource development, I spoke about that, so I want you will be able to read through that and then understand that. The infrastructure expansion, what I can say is that we are also looking at unutilized building, government buildings, so that we can have those as grade R or ECD schools where we would have house grade R and pre-grade R. I'm going to skip that. And then I think we spoke about the private facilities, the center-based and non-center-based that we found in the affluent areas in townships, and somewhere you have back rooms for ECDs. So that infrastructure, there is a fund for infrastructure, a subsidy for infrastructure, but that subsidy cannot be used for ECDs that are in the backyard. Because you know what happens. You come and you renovate my house, and then next week when you come, I tell you that I don't have an ECD anymore, and then I cannot pay back. So that is so we focus on ECDs that are government or municipality owned. The funding for ECD, I spoke about that, is for pro-poor, and then ECDs have to register first, and after registering, then they can apply for that subsidy. I also spoke about the subsidy for grade R. Data monitoring, we know how important data is. For our grade 1 or grade R, go upwards, we have what's this? SASEMs, where we can source information quickly. So the department is currently developing a system, the e-CAS system, that will look like the SASEM, so that we can get information and register there. The overall coordination, I spoke about that. We also have nationally driven activities. The 2030 strategy developed by national, the review of the legislation, the Children's Amendment Bill is currently in the process. The ECD Human Resource Development Strategy, we spoke about that. And the e-CAS quality system, I think I spoke about a whole lot of those issues. So what are the challenges in ECD? The main challenge is the lack of human resource capacity. That's the last one. The lack of human resource capacity, like I indicated, from social development, we received social workers. But social workers are not teachers, ne? So we don't have teachers, but what we have done as a mitigation is to write a submission, and then we propose the structure for a new structure for ECD that will have human resource for our districts and also head office. And then that is en route to DPSA. Can you pray with us so that we get that? So colleagues, that is that in terms of ECD in the province. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Director. Colleagues, can I just ask for questions, inputs, comments? I think this is a good platform to speak to decision makers. I'll take 5 hands, comments, questions. Okay, there's 1. There's 2. And then there's 3. That's it. How sweet is that? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Tsakane. It's not a question, I'm just adding to what the presenter was saying regarding pillar number 6, because we are both coming from the same space, from the same task team. Pillar number 6, which talks about monitoring and evaluation. So in this case, in the task team, we just encourage the colleagues who are conducting research in ECD centers to say that in those formal settings, they are no longer supposed to just go straight to the ECD center and conduct a study. They must request permission from the province, from Gauteng Department of Education, and get an approval letter so that they can then be able to collect data. But after collecting data, we still need them to come and disseminate their findings. I know a lot of researchers request to conduct a research in our institutions, but when they are supposed to come and disseminate, they never come back again unless they want to continue with their studies. We are urging all of you to make sure that you don't miss that opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, Deputy Director, I wanted to ask a question on a part where you presented about access. And I think your numbers there was that you have over 10K of ECD, but only 2,000 and something that are registered. So I just wanted to understand what are the factors that are impeding the department from addressing the shortfall. Because if you look at it in terms of percentage, it's less than 30% of registered, and we have a huge bulk of those ECDs that are not registered. What is the bottleneck there? What are the factors that are actually, not allowing us to do that?
Good day, everyone. My question to the Deputy Director, I just wanted to inquire about the unseen influencers, which is the grade R practitioners in the ECD centers. That since you're talking about the lack of infrastructure and the lack of teachers, but we do have teachers in the ECD centers that have actually, who do have diplomas, but don't get funding because they are not informal schooling, but have diplomas. Then where does that leave them?
Thank you so much for your questions. Let me give a platform to the Deputy Director.
Thank you. I wish I could just be called Tsakani. Okay, let me start with the bottlenecks. So like I indicated, ECD is everyone's business. Ne? So for you to register, let me start with a school. When a school is built, the municipality have a lot to say in that building. There are norms and standards that govern the school, how the school should be, where it is built before you can open that school. So the same applies to the ECD center. For the ECDs to register, they must get, one of the requirements is the health certificate. And that health certificate, they get it from the municipality. So the municipality must go to a place where ECD is going to be take place. They look at the space, whether the space is big enough, whether it is safe, and safety hazards and stuff, and whether the practitioners that are in that ECD center are vetted, because they need to be vetted. So those are the bottlenecks that are impeding a lot of ECDs from registering. And we find that because when they come to us, they need to come to us with that, because we provide the stimulation and the registration, but the municipality has a say before we can even provide that registration. So we find that we have a lot of ECD centers that are in informal settlements. Those informal settlements are not, they are not demarcated for settlement. So as long as it's not demarcated for the settlement, then the municipality will never give you a certificate for that. Others are found in areas that are not habitable, where there is dolomite, and if you provide them with a certificate of registration, should anything happen there, then the government will be in, will have to answer, why did you provide the certificate? So most of the ECD centers that are not registered, it's because of that, those two areas. So that's why we also provide ECD programs that we call non-center based, so that we follow them where they are in these informal settlements, and then we have play groups, and then we have mobile libraries going there so that we can take care of those children that are there. But that is the main problem. I must say, when in 2022 we only had 1,200 registered ECD centers. The other thing is that I think ECD centers they don't trust government. I don't know. They are afraid, the myths that are out there to say, when we said we are taking over ECD, education is taking over ECD, they thought that we are going to take over my livelihood, because most of the ECDs, it's your businesses for our ladies, our mothers and fathers. And they are thinking that if you register them, then you are taking it from them. So that's why this mass registration is to say, come out, let us know that you are there in that corner, so that we can come and support you in the corner where you are. So that is the situation. So in terms of funding, the grade R practitioners that are not in public schools, it's a sad thing. When we started with, in 2015, we provided bursaries for ECD centers that are not in the primary schools, that are in ECD centers. And unfortunately, with the AG will come, the AG came and they wanted to know, where do you get this budget to fund Zakani, who is sitting in that ECD center that is not even a government institution. So that is where the problem is, that you cannot fund someone who's not in education, because if you provide a bursary, of people who are in the system, because you are using a budget particularly for ECD. So the ones that are inside, they do get the bursary, but the ones that are not, I think Funda Lushaka is there to assist them and so forth. But it's that problem. I hope I have responded to. If not, we can talk about this after this. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ms. Maloi. We really appreciate your contribution. Thank you. Can you just give her a round of applause? Thank you so much, colleagues. It's 1:30, so we are going for lunch. Colleagues, can we just take 30 minutes to eat, and then oh, what is wrong, colleagues? It's too much. Too much time. We make it 15. All right, colleagues, can we just go grab something and we eat, and we come back at 2, and then we continue with the program. We're just left with few things. So at 2 o'clock, colleagues, we are starting. Thank you so much.
welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Thank you. I'm not going to take much of your time now. I know that people are rushing home. You are thinking of your loved ones back at home already, so I won't take much of your time. So there's just one thing that I'm going to do. I'm just going to call the union members to come and join me here on stage. I think there's about 5. Thank you so much, colleagues. So we'll run this nice and smooth. I'm just going to give each member about 5 minutes. I mean, we've already had quite a number of issues around ECD. So we just want to get the union's voice into that whole discussion, and then we'll open up the platform for further engagement. So let me start with Naptosa.
Thank you, Program Director. And we'll move through as quickly as we can. As unions, we were asked to comment on Grade R and ECD. So what is our position as NAPTOSA? We really stand by that education needs to start by building the strong foundations. That is the bottom line to education. And ECD and Grade R delayed has actually impacted on building our learner foundation. You heard 1994, I remember 2007 with Grade R, and this should have been a priority in education, and this has really impacted. and ECD is actually still, as you heard, in the identification stage of trying to find out who's where what, because it's quite a complex sector. And obviously there are the challenges of the infrastructure, educators, funding, so forth. We are also concerned that many HERs are not producing educators prepared for the sector's needs. And that is because first it's a diploma, then it's this, then it's that. So the confusion there has had an impact on actually the preparation there. Also, NAPTOSA feels very strongly about the late identification of learners. It was in also one of the presentations yesterday, especially with special needs. If you want to move something forward, right down at an ECD level in grade R is where you actually should be getting that identification and giving the learner the help they need. Because sometimes the identification becomes so late that actually, are we writing off children's futures? I ask myself. So that for me is crucial. And then educators need to be treated as professionals. Whether you're a practitioner, grade R, that professional conduct, support, environment would enable you to give a professional, to be a professional within the sector. Now, as NAPTOSA, we work along with the other unions here, very well, strongly with our Provincial Education Labour Relations Chamber. And I have to commend that Gauteng Department of Education here, because they were one of the first departments to actually move in trying to formalizing and the sector of grade R. ECD has only come along lately. But as much as you heard, we still have a long way to go. I have to also say the grade R department officials, they're really always on hand. When we as unions approach them, they are quick to respond, give us what the real situation is, and we've actually formed a very good working relationship with them. And then the chamber has a limited focus on ECD, and I think a lot of it is because we're waiting for all the national directives coming down from DBE so that things are more formalized. So under ECD, we perhaps haven't done as much in our education chamber as we are doing with grade R. In Gauteng province, and I just thought I'll give you the background, and that transferred grade R teachers currently, who are in addition to post-establishments and that, are trying to be moved to overcrowded schools. So that's where they're busy with that at the moment. Posts are only advertised if the additional educator is not found. The GDE has its own process for recruitment at the moment. Policies have added grade R into the appointment processes, so that is starting to come. So like any other PL1 educator will move into being appointed into a post, grade R will eventually move into that sector. Foreign educators are not considered scarce skills. Sorry. Oh, now I've dropped my presentation. Sorry. So that was confirmed again today. Sorry about this. Is it showing? Yeah. Sorry. And I just thought I wanted to confirm so that we as unions are very involved, because there's been a lot of talk, are the unions really knowing about these things? So foreign educators are not considered a scarce skill in grade R, and actually the last year of employment was actually in 2021. And then the Bella Bill and all that waiting has, we're still waiting for the official post-provisioning norms and all the things that would go with the grade R, and also how we're going to upskill the educators. Just to say, in grade R, we have 800, currently in our province, we have 881 unqualified educators. And as our CEO indicated, we're still part of the process in determining how much longer we're going to get the current 881 to upskill themselves. And many are also unqualified of our grade R educators are being employed under through the SGB on a stipend, which is a problem because we've heard the different finances going around. Gauteng province, we've had 2 rounds of conversions. So 514 of our non-qualified educators have now been able to move into PL1 posts. And the department's currently busy with the 3rd round. So as a union, we're watching what is happening here. Is it fair? How are things being done? There's still only 2,500, this is our figures from our last chamber meeting last week, have been converted. There's still 4,557 posts in grade R. So that is busy moving along, and they use the budget to determine the posts. Principals and education roadshows are going on, so our grade R teams in the province are busy. They want to eventually move grade R online admissions, like the rest of the province we do with admissions. Fraudulent qualifications, yes they are, through the vetting process now, being dealt with through the Labour BEd foundation phase. Discrepancies are dealt with on a one-to-one basis. Having a look, what was the discrepancy in your qualification? There is a delay of grade R being put in the normal post provisioning. It's still running out of the old funding sector. So that will also be something that as unions will have to be watching, and obviously the concern of the SGB employees there. So as a union, we are committed to supporting the sector wherever we can. We are involved in dialogues, inputs, different engagements, and we hope to continue this active engagement because it's such a crucial sector. Communication with members on the ground and highlighting their challenges, that becomes important because if you didn't speak up like in a meeting today, would we really always know what the challenges are? So we do have open communication with our members. As a union, we do often online courses during the year. We have an average of 51 sessions a year, and we are going to have to look at increasing our grade R participation there, because that would then also assist with their professional development. We do use our position in the PLRC to make meaningful and insight and policy directives, and you'll often hear us saying we need to caucus quickly to sort out, because we need to be speaking, Labour speaks with a voice, and then we need to continue to fight as a union to get the basics right, as we not only have the responsibility of seeing that adults in the sector are professionalized and fairly treated, but the future of our education of our children is needs to be world class. So as a union, we'll continue to do that. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I am Mapule Khadebo from PEU. Most of the things that we have been discussed are part of our presentation, but I would also like to add some few things that are left on my side. Then there have been a fairly, let me start by recognition of the grade R practitioners as professionalism. They are often being overlooked, yet they are the fundamental in the early learning. They are not being fairly compensated because of lack of benefit, no job security, and also working under the insecure contract, no pension fund, no medical aid, no housing allowance. So the government and the union must uplift and mentor and those ECD. The certificate that must be recognized for all the program achieved and must be accredited and carry the value for promotion and further studies. In collaboration with the stakeholders, such as the union, DBE, the SACE, must elevate the ECD education in national, prioritized by supporting all the ECD practitioners. Thank you.
Thank you from Naptosa and Peu. Let's hear from SAOU.
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you for this opportunity. I really actually do not have a lot to add to what was already said. I think most of the presenters here has given us a very thorough background on the problems that not only the ECD educators, but overall educators are struggling with. But a very good thing has happened, and that is to formalize the ECD education. And I myself, I really do believe that by including the ECD and the grade R phases into our formal education is putting us maybe, I won't say for the first time, but putting us on the right track, because it's going to make waves. And if we can make waves by starting with the ECD phase and the grade R phase, I am sure that maybe in a few years' time we might be sitting here, or we might be having a country with less unemployment, because let's face it, you as mothers, we as mothers, we know that if we don't teach our toddlers to crawl first, it's a gap that you leave in their development. And that is, I think, what might have been the gap in our education system is we start with grade R and grade 1, and we want these learners to start running instead of just checking have they actually been through the crawling phase, where many development stages actually happen. So I'm very glad to be part of this new. I'm almost on retirement, but I'm very glad to see that there's so much passion for including the ECD phase in formal education. Yes, we've heard about the problems. We know about the struggles of getting a job, becoming of the practitioners, becoming part of the educational corps. We as unions, we get to know all those troubles. We know that principals have their own way of doing, and I'm not talking down on any principal maybe here, but if we can just give or plea with the principals that should you have these positions available at your school, grade R positions, grade and ECD positions, we know that your parents want their most precious possessions to be educated by experienced educators. But nobody becomes experienced if you do not get a chance first. So do not put your grade 3 and your grade 2 educator in a grade R post. We have that as well. So please give these grade R and ECD practitioners the opportunity to enter the profession. It is also very important that we, as the slogan here on everybody's t-shirt today, is to value the voice of the educators, the teachers. So let's listen to them. The employer, tertiary institutions, please listen to the voices of these people. We have to regulate the system, obviously, but you have to listen, and it's time that we, you know, let me just waver some of from the point here. I've always had this idea that to start your education training, your teacher's training, maybe we should have these matriculants who indicates that they want to go become teachers. Let's put them at a school for the first 6 months of the tertiary training. Not teaching, observing. And maybe they should observe, what do educators actually do every single day? And then decide, do you really want to become an educator? Because it's not only coming to school at 7 in the morning and leaving school at 3 in the afternoon. That's not what it's about. And especially these ECD practitioners. I mean, you have to raise these learners, these little kids, because the parents are working. You are the ones that maybe hear their first word. And you are in a very, very good place. But you should also have the opportunity to live out your passion and to become part of a profession that is professional. Nobody should look down on you, because I think it's Galen or one of my previous colleagues said, this is the foundation that we lay here. You cannot shudder and you cannot shut down that foundation. If you put a solid, good foundation to our learners, maybe one day we will see less poverty, less unemployment, because, and also, I also want to ask these tertiary institutions. Yes, I think it's my previous colleague said, we have therapists and very, very clever people at schools who can identify learning barriers. But what about the educator who has to deal with the learning barrier in class? Yes, the barrier has been identified. So what now? So what my plea would be for all these tertiary educations is, why don't you include remedial education into your program again? And start that at the ECD phase. We are not robots. No, our learners, our kids are not robots. We cannot all look the same. We cannot all perform the same, but we can all be the best me. And I think if we empower educators, especially at an ECD phase, to deal with the learning barriers, it'll help the education system enormously. Thank you for this opportunity. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's hear from Nat.
Thank you, Program Director. What is the definition of education, Program Director? You still remember? In the institution that I went to, since I'm at my prime age, I'm a dinosaur. Don't look at my beautiful face. I am a dinosaur. In my institution where I attended some years ago, education was defined as the development of a human potential. Finish. Program Director, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to stand here, let alone CEO. Ke a leboha. Colleagues, I don't forget the great crushers, those who are not invited. You might find them here. They are welcomed. Unless if we are all invited. As Natu, I think my name is reflected in your program. As Natu, I'm not going to present, but I'm going to offer a message of support. Since I said a definition of education is development of a human potential, as my introduction, a child is a critical period in the development of human and social capital. For these reasons, many governments as well as human rights and development organizations have led a global call for all young children to have access to quality service and improve their health, nutrition, and learning emotional well-being. However, despite these efforts, there are still challenges to be addressed. I think most of the things have been presented by my colleagues who came before me, and then also during the presentations and also in our sessions. In communities as well, however, despite developing a comprehensive cocktail of ECD policies that provide a detailed action plan that specify the activities of implementation. This has led to weak implementation and poor quality care for young children. Nonetheless, in keeping this theme for Colloquium, valued teachers, practitioners' voice towards a new social contract for education. This paper looks at the state of ECD and grade R in South Africa, before focusing on the state of art of ECD in the Gauteng province, where I belong. It's a province, Yabo Machida, Lididogwa. The most province for Colloquium is doing so. National Teachers Union hopes to contextualize the case of Gauteng province within the greater context. I'm going to skip some of the things because they've been said. I don't want to do tautology or repetition. The state of ECD in Gauteng province. ECD has become a priority area for Gauteng provincial government, as in 2025, significantly, transformation has been witnessed in province with respect to ECD, manifested in a strong focus on improving regulation, access, and quality of the ECD. In this regard, it is important to note that the government, the Gauteng province, has made a significant stride in managing and migrating ECD on functions from DSD to DBE, process that officially took from the 1st of April 2022. I'm skipping some of the items. I don't try to take you long because I know that you miss your homes. Challenges and concerns. The above, with notwithstanding, there have been some challenges and concerns. There are 6 listed here. We have a systematic and structural challenge, where we look at the fragmental service delivery that has been observed, that despite the migration of ECD to the Department of Basic Education, remains weak Monitoring also has not taken place, or lacks synergy. The next one is lack of clear regulation and enforcement. Infrastructure and access as another part. Workforce and training that has never done properly. Funding and resources, I think my colleagues has touched that. Grade R debacle as well. The biggest challenge with respect to grade R, learners and practitioners, the employment condition including the remuneration of grade R practitioners, and the funding regime of grade R learners. So starting with A, the plight of grade R practitioners, this has been a matter of great concern for across the provinces, and some has been touched as well. In conclusion, the South African government has committed itself to ensuring that all young children, especially children in highly vulnerable families and communities, are able to access the comprehensive package. As NATU, we would like to allow, if not request the government to value both learners, or if not children, in the grade R and ECD, as well as educators and practitioners. Because most of the time, once they complete their programs, like maybe they have the B.Ed, they remove them from the B.Ed, they take them and put them in grade 1 or grade 3. Now it's like the grade R, ECD are not available. No wonder they call them practitioners other than teachers. We expect them to be regarded as educators as well, so that they get all the benefits that educators are getting. I thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Louisa Mageza. I'll be representing SATU. I'm the Provincial Education Convener. Thank you so much, SAIS, for giving us an opportunity as SATU to also make a contribution towards the grade, the ECD as well as the grade R. Comrade else, I nearly said, I hole SATU, I hole. Firstly, I want to give the background where we are coming from. It's a journey, a long journey that we traveled as SATU. ECD grade R was informally introduced in the year 2000 to the Gauteng primary schools. And the practitioners were employed under our school governing bodies, that is the SGBs. And they were only receiving a stipend from the SGB. And remember, it only relates to that if the school had a big number, the practitioner was able to receive a stipend of 5,000. In other times, the educator will not, or the practitioner will not even receive that stipend for months. So as SATU Gauteng, we did not have the knowledge of the practitioners' accredited qualifications and the institutions where they studied from. So as SATU, we therefore resolved to run a qualification evaluation program in collaboration with the Department of Higher Education, and we also collaborated with SAIS to assist us in verification of the qualifications that these practitioners have. So you can see that we indeed traveled a long way from where we are coming from. Now, coming to conversion, integration and facilitation. Support is available. Support is available for the incorporation of grade R practitioners or teachers into schools by the post-provision norms. As SATU, we indicate and we support that we should not be saying differentiate the grade R from other phases. So in a school, it should start from grade R up until grade 7. So they should be part of the PPN, the post-provisioning norms of that particular school. With qualified subject facilitators, we've got facilitators, I'm sorry, GTE, but we've got facilitators who are not qualified, who will come to the school and not be able to support or even monitor the work that is being done by the grade R practitioners. Implication of the SASA as amended, CEO I'm learning, we no longer call it the Bella Act, but it's called the SASA, Section 28 of the SASA. We should not shy away from it that SASA is here, or the Bella Act is here, and it's here to stay. The GTE is recognized for initiating, we congratulate them, the implementation of SASA Act as amended in 2024 in grade R, where learners undergo formal assessment. In our last PLRC, we were given the stats as to how the grade R's are performing. So it starts from grade R up until grade 12. So we have been given that report. And for us at SADU, we are grateful for what we are doing together with the PLRC. SADU conversion continues. SADU Gauteng notes with great concern that grade R teachers have been placed in other phases grades by principals after their conversion. We strongly condemn this action and advise against it. The challenges that you are experiencing, addressing the impact of age on qualification improvement. We are aware as SADU that there are some principals or there are some practitioners who are not qualified, who are still having those diplomas. But when you look at the age where they are, currently I'm 57 years old. So you cannot be saying to me that I must go out there and start studying for B.Ed. Not long, I'll be 61 when I finish my 4 years. And not long, I'll be 65 out of the system. So what we are saying as SADU, let us embrace those who've got diplomas and those who've got the B.Ed degree. Streaming the disbursement of bursaries to prevent university deregistration due to late payments. As Gauteng, we are very proud. We are doing well. Deputy Director, we are doing very well. We are giving bursaries. Northwest, we've got also a UNISA. So the problem is that after our practitioners have registered to improve their qualification, the only problem that we're experiencing is that you pay late to such an extent that some of our practitioners, they end up being deregistered. So as GDE, you need to improve on that. Resolving issues with the South African Council of Educators regarding the registration and certification of qualified practitioners. Mama Ella, please assist. Addressing the issue of principals refusing to renew the contracts. Some principals, when they realize that this practitioner has got only a diploma, sometimes they take advantage of that. When the contract ends at the end of the year, they do not renew that contract. We are saying to our principals, I know some of them, they are SADU principals, but we are saying to all the principals that they must refrain from doing that, from not renewing the contracts of the practitioners. I'm going to talk about the ECD specific challenges. Seeking assistance from Gauteng Department of Education for infrastructural improvement in ECD centers. When we go out there, we normally go to ECD centers just to go and give them support as a union. What we find there, it's not good. So we need to have that conversation with GDE so that we can improve those structures. Facilitating the registration process of ECD centers. We need to speed up the process. They need to come up with measures as to how to speed up this process of processing their ECD centers. Ensuring the identification of learners with special needs in ECD centers for appropriate referrals. Don't keep them there. If you identify that these learners have got barriers, please consult. Don't just leave them there. Consult with the social workers. We've got social workers, we've got psychologists. Don't sit with that learner for too long. Securing commitment from the Department of Higher Education and Training, DHET, to train ECD practitioners through education. Training and development practices sector with CETA, it must be looked into. Enlisting the support of SAYS in issuing registration and certificates. I take it that every child who's at an ECD center, remember these practitioners, they are working with our children, Mama Ella. So we cannot afford that these practitioners are there without having proper certificates. So we must see to it that they've been registered properly and they've got the SAYS certificates. Expanding the capacity of our social workers. One presenter was talking about the limited number of social workers that we are having in the province. We need also to capacitate those social workers and the therapists to address personal issues and the learning barriers that they encounter at the ECD centers. Relocating funding to registered ECD centers. Mandating support and monitoring of the Department of Social Development officials. Lastly, I want to quote Malcolm X, education is a passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. Amanda.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, colleagues, for your lovely presentations. Can you just remain here for a second? Can I just take few hands of people who would like to ask some questions, or people who have any suggestions on how your unions should represent you in as far as ECD regulations and professionalization is concerned? Just few hands. Okay, I'll take 1, 2, and then 3. That's all. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. I just want to address one issue, the issue of reallocation of funding to registered ECD centers. One needs to indicate that a center has been allocated funds in this financial year or the previous financial year does not necessarily mean that in the next financial year that center will still be funded. The reason for that, for the cutting of subsidy or the funding, is the fact that now when centers sign the service level agreement, there are terms and conditions that they need to adhere to. And more often than not, that is not the case. I'll just make some few examples. Every term, they need to submit the quarterly financial reports. Centers don't want to do that. They need to have the board members who are active and participating like seriously in running the center. More often than not, you find that even the chairperson of the board only goes there when funds need to be used. They're not part of that. What is even worse, in certain instances, you find that the principal of the ECD center is a full-time grade R practitioner at a school. Yes, we have such cases. It's bad. So when we say we take a resolution that we're not going to approve that head office should fund this center, it's because normally we have a case, a very serious case that we've built. Unfortunately, the only route that we can take is to open a civil case. Because as department, they're not like educators, where we can pursue in the area of misconduct and all that. So that's where the problem is. So we just wanted to clarify that if centers can only adhere to the service level agreements and all the conditions that are there, there is no need for education department not to reallocate the funds. Thank you to the program.
Thank you, colleagues, for your input. It's really acknowledged, and just one item or two items that I want to just clarify. The issue of assessment, so that it does not, we do not go out of here with some people having a misconception in terms of assessment. Whilst learner performance is shared, or we have learner performance for grade R, that learner performance stems from continuous assessment. So there is no formal assessment, and I think one of the practitioners who was presenting yesterday indicated that some departmental heads or HODs, they want them or they request them to do formal assessment, the tests and stuff in grade R. So let's have an understanding, common understanding that assessment in grade R is continuous, just like in grade R it's 100% continuous, no formal assessments. And then the issue of bursaries, we acknowledge that, and it's an issue of late payment, because our bursaries, we pay our bursaries through Metigoniwe, and sometimes the payments are very late. But practitioners are usually, I know they become tense, and when the bursaries are not paid. But what happens is that even if they get letters from the university, they must forward those letters to Metigoniwe so that Metigoniwe can address that. So Metigoniwe does address that, but you find that the practitioner has already paid because they were scared that they will be deregistered. So if we can just share that information so that they are not scared of that. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Yes, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Prom Director. My name is Bongani Henry Ndovu from the National Teachers Union. Colleagues, I think that is befitting that we thank the great art practitioners for dedicating themselves despite the cumbersome environment that they find themselves working in. I think it's befitting that we clap hands for them. And also, Prom Director, I want just to have a bite on the presentation of the Deputy Director. Deputy Director, your presentation was good, and I'm praying, it is my fervent prayer that it should not be something that is good on paper, but implementation dololo. Currently, as we speak, in KZN, the great art practitioners have not been paid. And every month, they experience the very same thing. So it's quite disturbing that our colleagues are not treated as humans. And we cannot allow, as the unions, as NATO, that the great art practitioners to be continued to be treated as subhumans. You see, it's quite disturbing when I've learned about their remuneration. is not there, it's not even next to nothing. So organized labor, we have still a long way and a role to play in ensuring that our great art practitioners are treated as humans, looking at their remuneration. But I'm glad, again, Deputy Director, that you've touched on the issue of the funding of the infrastructures, because the vast majority of our infrastructures are dilapidated. So, and also, I hope that that funding will look, because of, remember that the Great R needs specialized or special classrooms with the play, with the, which are specials for playing and stuff like that. So that is our contribution as the National Teachers Union, that we cannot continue to allow great art practitioners to be treated as subhumans. Amanda!
Thank you so much for all the contributions, colleagues. I don't think there are questions directed to the members seated here. So, colleagues, thank you so much for your presentations. Can we give them another round of applause? We are getting closer to Canaan, colleagues. So we are just going to project a QR code for colleagues to evaluate the colloquium. We just request you colleagues to just scan the QR code there and you evaluate the colloquium just before we close. I will give you just 2 minutes. Can you just give us a second, colleagues? This one, is it fine? It's attendance. We are still looking for the other one. All right, no, that's fine. Yeah. All right, it's coming, colleagues, so just give us a moment. In the meantime, can I just ask Mr. Temba to just give us a vote of thanks? Yeah or yes?
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me firstly acknowledge CEO, sales councillors present here and all protocol observed. Mine is just to quickly do a vote of thanks on behalf of the council. As we draw this insightful and enriching colloquium to a close, it is both an honor and privilege to deliver a vote of thanks on behalf of the council. I extend our heartfelt gratitude to all who made this event a great success. Firstly, I extend our deepest gratitude to the Acting District Director of Gauteng Basic Department of Education, our host, whose gracious presence and thought-provoking address set a tone for the days that we have been here. Your presence has added immense value to this gathering. To our CEO and senior management of SAYS, your visionary leadership, strategic insight, and unwavering commitment have been instrumental in driving SAYS forward. We are truly grateful for your guidance and dedication. Thank you for steering us forward. Special thanks to our distinguished speakers, panelists, and researchers whose contribution made the sessions intellectually enriching and thought-provoking. Your passion and knowledge have truly elevated this course today. To all our participants, student teachers, sales ambassadors, your hard work, innovation, and dedication are what this event is all about. You have showcased the future of this profession, and we are proud of each one of you today. Indeed, CEO, I think the future of the profession is in safe hands, except those that are negative about the profession. I also extend our heartfelt thanks to our organizing committee and the entire SAY staff, whose meticulous planning and tireless efforts ensured the smooth conduct of this event. Your commitment behind the scenes is commendable and deeply appreciated. This event could have not been what is it without yourselves. A special word of thanks to our sponsors and partners, Old Mutual, Saints, UNICEF, whose support has made this colloquium possible. On behalf of the Council, I extend our heartfelt thanks to our teacher unions for your valuable participation in the colloquium. Your inside contributions and active engagements significantly enriched the discussions and helped foster a meaningful exchange of ideas on educational skills, issues, and profession in general. We deeply appreciate your commitment to advancing the interests of the educators and contributing to the collective dialogue on the future of our education system. We look forward for your continued collaboration in future initiatives. We also want to appreciate and recognize the CPTD top achievers in Gauteng. Your dedication, hard work, and unwavering commitment have truly set you apart. You have not only met expectations but exceeded them, inspiring others to aim higher. Congratulations on your outstanding achievement. Lastly, Program Director, I wish to thank all the attendees for active engagement and presence. Your participation is what gave this colloquium its true spirit and relevance. Your enthusiasm fuels the spirit of academic collaboration. May the knowledge shared in the past 2 days continue to inspire collaboration and innovation in the days to come. To our program directors for yesterday and today, you have also played a pivotal role in ensuring the event's success, and your efforts are deeply appreciated. A big thank you also to our media team for the excellent work. Thank you very much for all of you who have been here and your all participation. As you go back, travel safe back home and arrive safe and alive. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Baptemba. Colleagues, we are now closing. I'll just ask Ubabu Dubula just to close the whole colloquium for us. After he has spoken, can I please ask that we just play a national anthem so that all colleagues will stand up, and then we pray together after Babu Dubula.
Thank you, Program Director. Once more, good afternoon, colleagues. I know that everyone now and the mind is at home. But indeed, we have to close before we leave. Because if you leave before closure, that's a much out. So we don't have too much out. Let me also reiterate what Councillor Temba said, that we are so elated and grateful, and we appreciate, as says, the participation and your attendance here. And more than that, we want to emphasize that great R practitioners, from now onwards, go back to school and touch your friends and tell them that you are not half teachers. You are not half teachers, you are teachers. Young teachers that have just entered the system, you are not half teachers, you are teachers. Student teachers, you are teachers in the making. So indeed, as you said, Councillor Temba, there's future in this system. Yes, we want you to go out there when you're about to leave. And in SAYS, we are also fighting this spirit of the duck. Do you know the duck? Yeah, the duck will enter the water and come back dry. Now you are here since yesterday. Now you are leaving. Let's hope that you are not the same as you entered this hostel. And the proof will be when you go out there. Not here, the proof is not here. The proof is when you go out there in various schools. And your impact will be scene. Obvious, we stand for the professional development of educators. The registration, as you all know, as says. But we also learn from each other. Comrade Nora, you know, yesterday the dollars eventualis. You know, just go back to the staff room, man, and just say it aloud. Hey, teachers, hey, dollars eventualis, and then you go back to your class. You will leave them talking. Then they will come, what did you mean? If you don't know, go back and do what? And Google. But this is what we learned from here. You know, sine qua non. That was the terminology from Nora. But what is so important is that out of all this language, the colloquium, we came back better than before. That must be the aim. We are better than before. So what I'm saying is, in leadership, Mam El, you CEO, I told myself that I'll correct myself in this term of Mam El. Because it was said here we call Mamzo and timer. So I said now when I say Mam El, I'm also going the same route. CEO, let me be formal. Otherwise I'll end up saying Mamzo too. So in leadership, indecision is more dangerous than a wrong decision. Maybe let me repeat this. Indecision is more dangerous than a wrong decision. Movements create momentum, and stagnation breeds doubt. Start acting so that you can be able to correct what you have done. But if you hesitate, you don't know whether to start, we'll say this one is stagnant. It's neither hot nor cold. So that's why we say go out there and implement with vigor and confidence. This is what we expect to see from you. Go out there and implement with vigor and confidence. SACE is doing what we know as the moving throughout the country. Ne? And when we're moving up throughout the country, I will start from where we come from. First, it was a decision for the colloquium. Ne? From a decision, inaugural, set up in Eastern Cape. From inauguration, we are in Gauteng. And don't think it's ending here. Councillor Temba. Now we are going to the Platinum Province. And the target is July. So don't think that, okay, they went to Eastern Cape, they're coming here. And I will repeat what I said in the Eastern Cape, Councillor Temba. I quoted from the Bible, believing that these teachers all start from the assembly. And I like one thing, comrades. You started like a car that is using diesel. You know, starting slow, very disciplined, so orderly. But now we are towards the end. Viva! I said, oh, the energy is coming back now. Amandla are back. I don't know why did you hide this power until the last minute. And then only to learn that there's power behind you. So we are going to Northwest. Communication will go out to various stakeholders as we move on. But it is very important, colleagues, to follow up in this in this colloquium. There will also be a publication. And I'm happy for those who contributed, because we may see you in some pages. So you will go viral anyway. And you are already viral. Because this is life. But what is so important is your contribution more than your face there. It is your contribution more than your face. So we are going there to publish. We will publish this exercise and take it further. Let's go and do what? And mingle with each other and do what? This is what we refer, Memtuzan, as the cross-pollination of ideas. From this plant to this plant. And now treat yourself as a plant, and then we shared a lot of ideas in various rooms back here, and even the unions. And I like one thing. Unions, the voice differ, but the message is the same. The voices differ. Others, others, 1 second, others, but what I learned when I was reading, the message is the same. And let's go up and preach the same message with various voices, so as long it will filter out. This is what we want. In conclusion, in my humble view, in any organization, CO, you are part of, you must have a reputation. Now all teachers, I'm telling you, you must have a reputation that is defined by the following. 1, efficiency. 2, reliability. 3, trustworthiness. 4, discipline. And the 5th one, be a team player and see yourself succeeding. And I'm that type of a person who love people who do everything passionately. And if I'm talking about people who do everything passionately, I'm talking about people who love passionately, who think passionately, who speak passionately, who write passionately, who befriend passionately, who sing passionately. And in this colloquium, we didn't sing. No, not only now, these 2 seconds. Oh, very good. But now let's add passionate. I am happy about that one. And those who also love passionately. So you do everything passionately, and you expect good results that will show passion. I said, in conclusion, I said in PE, and I'm repeating what I said, Councillor Temple, from the book of Isaiah. Yes, hallelujah. There is a scripture there that says, rise up. It says, rise up. What we will do, as says, we will support you. We will do what? We will support you. The only thing you as a teacher you need to do, take courage and do it. Take courage and do it. Rise up. Of course, when you rise up, you can't rise up as if you are lazy. Rise up, and as says, we will support you, and upon supporting you, passionately take courage and do it passionately. And by so doing, you will have done the best for the country. Remember, colleagues, it's not about us. It's about the kids. It's about the kids. Whether you are doing it for grade 12 or doing it for grade R&R, but it's about what? The kids. We are the servants. Let's go back and serve the nation. Let's go back and serve the nation. We are looking forward to seeing you awarded next year. Gauteng take 15,000. Gauteng, go to Angola. OR Tambo Airport, then the other airport, and see countries through your efforts. But if you are sitting down, forget. Forget. Well done to the speakers, who were, to the, not the speakers per se, the program directors who were so passionate in front of us. Now we are closing, colleagues. Thank your families too for releasing you. Thank your kids for allowing you to be away and know that you are coming back better than what you were. And thank your SMTs for holding the fort whilst you were away for 2 days, principals and unseen influencers. Thank your deputy principals for releasing you. I'm no longer saying deputy principals. I will always say unseen influencers. Colleagues, in closing, we will stand up and respect the nation because we started with the national anthem. And we will sing it now passionately. Now when you sing the national anthem, you are a male, there's nothing in your head. You don't move up and down to express passion. The beanie, the cap, and what is off from a male. Movement, your hands aside. You respect the nation passionately. The unfortunate part about me, in terms of singing, I follow passionately. But I always believe there are people who are gifted passionately to lead in singing. And they will not be afraid. Can you beam the national anthem, colleagues at the back, so that we... Long live, says long live. All right. Thank you. Oh, passionately.